Alright, welcome to another live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Hey, Miss Baronator. Welcome back. Must have caught you before work. Or that weird shift stop. How you doing? Hey, Javier, welcome. Guys, welcome to the next live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We will be playing King of the Hill as the bonus game today. I'm finally off shift tonight. That's good. That's good. Come and hang out. Oh, going back to night shift. Do you like night shift? I think Baronator said you didn't. No, I don't blame you. It's not for everyone. I liked it, but it's definitely not for everyone. My mom's a nurse. She's been a nurse for a long time. She recently started doing night shifts a few years ago. And she also doesn't like it because she says it's very slow and boring. So I loved it. I had one job where I worked overnight and I really liked it. It's okay. So is it like, why don't you like it? All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started in about 15 seconds. You only had a 4-hour shift? I would hate to go into work for just 4 hours. Oh, jeez. Only had a 4-hour shift? Oops, sorry. I watch it on my phone, too. It just came up. Good way to start this channel. You do it when you're DoorDash to avoid traffic. That was pretty rough. Oh, I would love doing that at night. Avoid traffic is a good idea. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. It's kind of boring. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Javier. I liked it. I like night shift. I could see it being boring. I did it at a gas station several years ago, and it was fun to be able to talk to customers for longer. Baronator's on his way home. Perfect. He'll be able to join. We're going to do the normal 2 hours with somebody going to the Hall of Champions, and we might go over for some bonus. We're going to go ahead and kick it off with Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have a skyscraper, Dr. Seuss, Mark Twain. Whoever subscribed, this firework is for you. This is a tricky one for Tribon, starting off tricky. A skyscraper, Dr. Seuss, Mark Twain. It is not Windows. It is not Windows. They have blank. I guess you could throw library in here as well. A skyscraper, Dr. Seuss, Mark Twain, libraries. I'm going to go ahead and put 30 seconds on the clock. Stories is correct. They have stories. That is a point for Javier. Oh, I'm trying a new system here. It's not going well so far. Uh-oh. All right, Javier, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. All right. We're going to be playing King of the Hill today. Javier, let me get your game piece out. You are now the King of the Hill, and I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. It'll go off every 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know when it's going to go off, and whenever that bell rings, the last person who I verbally said earned a point will get a bonus. Whoever the last person who earned a point is the king of the hill, and when the timer randomly goes off at 5 to 10 minutes, they will get a bonus point. Moving on to the next round. It was a thinker. That was a tricky one. Moving on to the next round, the first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point. We have Bigfoot, the Eliminator, Gravedigger. Yo, what's up, Brawny? Welcome back, Brawny. We are playing the normal game with, it is not Halloween, Bigfoot, the Eliminator, Gravedigger. I'll give you guys a hint. Monster blanks. We are playing King of the Hill, so the most recent person to get a point is the King of the Hill, and when the timer randomly goes off, they will get a bonus point. Monster truck is correct. That is a point for Mark. Hey, Mark, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. And welcome to the scoreboard. Mark, you are number 2 on the scoreboard. All right, Mark, since you're number 2 on the scoreboard, you will have the number 2 token to represent you on the King of the Hill. And Mark, it looks like this is the first time you've earned a point on this game show, so welcome. I'll be entering your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. Am I on mobile data again? Let me check. I shouldn't be, but I'm going to check because I know that was rough last time that I was. I am not. But thank you. If you guys are struggling with the stream, sometimes it helps to refresh. All right, Mark, welcome to the game show. You are been watching for a week. Awesome. Did you first time commenting or from a different account? You are number 185. 185 in the Hall of Fame. We're going to go ahead and continue on to another one. Both. Oh, what account are you from? What was your other username? Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. I watched an older short of yours. You look very different with a mustache. Yeah, Miss Baronator, I've decided I don't really like the mustache show. Yeah, they're in a lot of my older ones. I've decided I don't really like it, so I'm probably going to keep it off. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common, and it's on the card, will get a point. Jordan, Brazil, England. Oh, I do need to take you off the hill. That's right. Sorry, guys. I will get used to that. They are not city. Countries is correct, so there's a point for Javier. Now I'll put you back on. All right, Javier, you're at 2 points. Oh, this is turning out to be a rough test of a setup. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to always find the most convenient ways to do things. That should add a little bit more grip. Fix that point. I really need to fasten this to the wall. All right, Javier, you're at 2 points. Current King of the Hill. We're going to continue on. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. We have Superfly, The Body, The Macho Man. About to drive, so I'll be in and out. All right, Bronny, we will be here. I knocked over the goat. Be here for at least a couple hours. Wrestling is correct. They are wrestlers. That is a point for Bronny. Bronny, welcome to the scoreboard. I'll be on for at least 2 hours tonight, but I'm sure that I'll be going over. For sure I'll be going over. Bronny is a former champion. You are entered in as red. We will be sticking to this format all night. Anything after the 2-hour format means the Hall of Champions and the high score is closed. You need to go, Pack. We'll be here for a while. Bronny, let me go ahead and get your character out. Get him to stand today. We can. Hey, 5X right. We are playing another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. It's going to take you a little bit. We'll be here for a while, Miss Baronator. We have monkey, bunny hop, foxtrot. 5X right? No, I remember you. You've been here a couple times. You've had the weirdest name I ever entered into the Hall of Fame. Or did I? Oh, Caesar, that's right. Caesar, I did forget. Man, Caesar, you made that such a weird. Cesar Hernandez, of course I remember. All right, hold on, let me make sure I get this right. You guys do not have it yet. I'm going to repeat it. Monkey, bunny hop, foxtrot. Dances is correct. Caesar, I still don't think you've been in the Hall of Fame yet. You've popped in so many times, Caesar, but you're not in the Hall of Fame yet. That's why you keep messing with me. Hey, Sasso, welcome back. Who's the first person on my screen who said dance? That would be Mark. All right, Mark, you're at 2 points. Let me go ahead and get your token on. Oh, Mark, you were the king of the hill when the buzzer went off. You were at 3 points, and I forgot to give you your little special. You're in the lead, by the way, for entering the Hall of Champions. Oh, Bronny, I'm so sorry. You actually said dance first. I'm so sorry, guys. I've been missing it trying to find Caesar in the Hall of Fame. Caesar, help me out so much if you were already in the Hall of Fame. I'm so sorry, Mark. Guys, give me a second. Having technical difficulties. Yeah, sorry. Those points were supposed to go to Brawny. I apologize. Still getting in the flow. We've been doing the other format for a week, and so I'm resetting up to this one, and I keep slightly changing the studio until I get it perfect, so. You've just been sitting back watching. Well, awesome. Welcome, Mark. I'm glad you've liked it. I'm glad you finally decided to join. Sasso, welcome back. Sasso, welcome back. Caesar, get on the Hall of Fame. That's what was throwing me off. I kept looking for Caesar or 5X right. Caesar, get on the Hall of Fame already. You've been coming here for weeks, popping in and saying hi, moving on to another round. Just get on the board once and you're in the Hall of Fame forever. Whoever gets the most points with a black name by the end of the 2-hour stream will get into the Hall of Champions. And then your name, whoever has the most points who's not already on the Hall of Champions will enter the Hall of Champions. One person enters every single stream on this format. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. Let's try to get in a good flow of this. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. We have red, dead, Mediterranean. Name in black for clarity, guys. Yes. Bronny, thank you. If your name is written in black, you are competing to enter the Hall of Champions. If your name is written in red, you are a former champion. Thank you, Bronny, for the clarification. All right, we have C is correct. The wording's important, guys. Javier, you got it. Oh, man, these markers killing me. And as far as the Hall or the King of the Hill works, whoever I verbally said got the point recently, even if I haven't written on the board or switched it yet, is the champion. Red Dead and Red Train, the sequel to Red Dead Redemption. I loved Red Dead Redemption. That was a very good game. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. We have sand traps, fairways, greens. Golf is correct. They are parts of a golf course. I would have accepted golf course. I would probably not have accepted field, but Javier, you got it first on my screen. All right, Javier. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Flag Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day. Hey, Sasso, what country were you in again? Because this is a U.S.-specific one. Holidays is correct, and if anybody is ever in here that is not from the U.S., I do not do U.S.-specific questions. You are in Scotland. I thought you were. Cool. Thank you. I thought you were somewhere in Europe. Javier, you got holidays. You got 5 points. Cool. I'm going to be skipping all U.S.-specific questions moving forward. Because we have quite a few people who are from Europe who come and play. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. I'm fine with U.S. specific anyway. You probably know more about the U.S. than a lot of people in the U.S. Tends to be how it goes. I've learned that. I honestly learned that through living in other countries. That I've met several people who know more about the U.S. than myself, which was kind of embarrassing. So anyway, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me that these three things have in common. I'll get a point. We have soleus, gluteus maximus, and biceps. Muscle is correct. That is a point for Sasso. Sasso, welcome to the scoreboard. Sasso is a former champion. You are entered in the scoreboard as red. And since you're number 4 on the scoreboard, you will have the 4 red token. You guys won't be able to see your tokens too much unless you have a character, but I will keep track of it. All right, Sasso, you're the current champion. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get a point. We have recliner, rocker, throne. Can't type as fast as those guys. It happens, Mark. They can type fast. Hey, Turgid Banana, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Yeah, this is a book I wrote, the rules and did the illustrations for how to play 52 unique solitaire games. It's my very first book published. Seat is correct at this point for Josh, the great. Mark, you're 71. Awesome. Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy this. All right, Josh, welcome back. Welcome to the scoreboard as a former champion. You are entered in the board as red. Good to see you back, Josh, the great. Who's about 1% of my subscribers, because Josh the Great has like 5 YouTube accounts. So thanks, Josh. All right, Josh, you are number 5 on the scoreboard, which means you have the 5 token. It is red since you're a former champion. Like trivia. Yeah, trivia is great. Former Champions Club. Yeah, I love trivia too. It's good. It counts your night into Josh the Great. Moving on to the next round of Tribon, the first person to tell me. Oh, and if you guys are interested in the book, there is a link in the comments. All right. The dinger went off, so the current King of the Hill would be Josh. Josh, you're getting the bonus point. We're playing King of the Hill right now every 5 to 10 minutes. That will randomly go off, and I cannot see the time that it'll go off. So that way I can be as fair as possible, and whoever's the current King of the Hill will get a bonus point. But anyway, if anybody's interested in my book about Beyond Solitaire, there's a link in the description. I wrote it, formatted it, edited it, and did the illustrations myself. detailed instructions and setup pictures. So they're for beginners or experts, anybody. I went through over 900 rules for Solitaire and picked out 51 of the best, and then I made, or the most unique, and then I made a game just for it. Moving on to the next round, Tribe on. First person to tell me these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Berlin, Munich, Frankfurt. There are two answers I will accept. Berlin, Munich, Frankfurt. German cities is correct. They are cities in Germany. Hey, Alexander, welcome back. All right, Josh, there's a point for you. Moving on to another round. Actually, that's perfect timing. We just finished the card. We're going to go ahead and play Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Will we get Zombicide on stream? Absolutely not. Hey, L. Edwin, welcome back. Zombicide is a very long game. It's one of my favorite board games that is a very long game, so you guys will not be seeing Zombicide on stream. Moving on to Blurt. Blurt is slightly different on this format. I read 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point. You're allowed as many guesses as you would like, but only 1 guess per comment. To keep it easy, when we do the bonus board games, I only do 1 at a time. Anyway, the first definition, the period of time from Friday evening through Sunday evening. The second definition, a plant that grows where it is not wanted. What do we call you, Coach? You can just call me by my name. It is Shannon. Weekend is correct. That is a point for Josh. It is, and weed is correct. That is a point for Javier. Javier, current king of the hill. All right, moving on to another round of Blurts. This is where I'd read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition is a large metal disc that makes a deep ringing sound when struck. The second definition, a king of slow, sad jazz. A kind of slow, sad jazz music. Yeah, Josh, that heat really does mess with people. It is not a symbol. A large metal disc that makes a deep ringing sound when struck. I'll give you guys a hint. Blues is correct for the second one. Javier, you're the first person on my screen to say it. I gotta fix that other point. Gong is correct. Let me go back and make sure I see who said gong first. That would be Josh the Great. Josh, you're number 5. Let me get your 5 token on. All right, moving on to another round of Blurts, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a muscular piece of flesh in the mouth that is used in tasting and swallowing food and for speaking. The second definition, to close and open the eyes quickly. Tongue is correct. Point for Javier. And blink is correct. That is a point for Josh. Moving on. El Edwin, welcome back. Batty lashes. Stop that. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. 2 people can earn 1 point. 1 person can earn 2 points. 1 person, and possibly no points can be handed out. We've never had a card hand out no points, though. We have had some cards only hand out 1 point, though, because some people just don't get it. The first definition, designed not to burn. The second definition, a building or group of buildings where soldiers live. Fireproof is correct. That is a point for Sasso. All right. Sasso, current king of the hill, although Blurt is a fast round. And Barracks is correct. That is a point for Sasso again. Remember, typos are okay in every game except for password. Can't wait to get back to my Wi-Fi. You guys are cooked. Yeah, Bronny, get back in. We'll probably be going extra tonight, so I'm feeling really energized today. Uh-oh. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: a covering for the hand with a separate section for each finger and the thumb. The second definition: a man and a woman who are married, engaged, or partners in a dance. Glove is correct. That is a point for Josh the Great. We get boot Sasso off that hill. And I'm calling in Iron Man Mike. All right. Couple is correct. That is a point for Alexander. Alexander, good to see you came back. Welcome to the scoreboard, Alexander. You are entered in as number 6. And Alexander, since you're number 6 on the scoreboard, you get the number 6 token. The token will be yellow since you're only in the Hall of Fame. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person, Josh, not appropriate. You're not in trouble, but remember, guys, the 3 key components of this show are we want to have fun, we want to keep it fair, we want to have fun, and we want to keep it family friendly. Moving on to another one. You're good. I have leniencies for mistakes. So moving on to another round of no, don't worry about it. I mean, when people come in here swinging with very inappropriate comments the very first time they get in here and they have an appropriate name, that's typically when I'll flush them right off the bat. Because remember, guys, we do have kids that come in. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. And I am a lenient person. We all make mistakes. I make so many on stream every time. Anywho, is that a flush soundboard? I put flush on the soundboard so that way when I ban somebody, I just do the flush sound. And you guys know what that means. I had to stop announcing that I banned somebody because then they would make another account and come back. So it's kind of an inside sound. So anyway, moving on to the first definition. A piece of cloth and no, I did not just flush you, Josh. I was just letting you guys know. A piece of cloth with a special design that is used as a symbol. The second definition: an elastic waterproof substance prepared from the milky sap of certain tropical trees. Yeah, because it actually shadow bans people without them knowing, so they can still comment, but it won't even show up for everyone. It doesn't even show up for me when I shadow ban people, so it's super cool. That way we can avoid spam and people coming back just to spam. Flag is correct. That is a point for Javier. All right, and what was the second one? Rubber is correct. So that is a point for Bronny. I have a lot of sounds on here that I don't use. I think it's rubber. It was rubber. Moving on to another round of Blurt. I don't know if I missed something, Javier. Should get a rubber duck sound. I'll write it down. I don't know. I always write down you guys' suggestions. So I'll go ahead and rub. I have many free keys for the soundboard, and there's a lot of keys I don't use, so I'm going to have to replace some of them and add to the soundboard a little bit. Anyway, moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: up to 2 points can be handed out. Who is the current king of the hill? That would be Bronny. Bronny, you're going to go ahead and get that bonus point. The random timer did just go off. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Up to 2 points can be handed out. The first definition: to move the head down and then up in a quick motion to show agreement or approval or to greet somebody. The second definition: the first day of the week. I'll accept 2 answers for that one because we are in different countries. Or there are different countries. Sunday is correct in this country. I would have accepted Monday. Javier. Monday is not correct for your country. Well, that's such a debate. I don't know. There's officially and non-officially. Monday's the first day of the work week, but Sunday's the first day of the official week. However, it's different on so many different calendars. Who got the first one? Oh, sorry. Bronny, you got nod. And Josh, you got Sunday. Josh, you are the current King of the Hill. I always get confused on that one. I can say either and I'd be wrong. Dude, it just depends on who you ask. They tried changing it in the 80s and it never really stuck. So, super weird. Hey, Johnny, have a good day at school. Hello and goodbye. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: a length of cord that is lighted at one end to carry a flame that ignites a charge at the other. The second definition: a blade attached to the end of a rifle. I'll repeat the first definition. Fuse is correct. That is a point for Sasso. All right. Sasso, current king. And the second one was Bayonet. Who said Bayonet first on my screen? That would be Sasso again. Sasso, current king of the hill. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Actually, no, I'm going to keep that there. The first definition: water that has frozen solid. The second definition: a complicated winding series of paths through which it is hard to find one's way. Ice is correct. That is a point for Josh the Great. Hey, Almighty Royal, welcome back. And Maze is correct. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of blurt. We'll play one more round of blurt, and then we're going to switch up the game a little bit. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for... All right, Bronny will be here for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: a narrow street or passage between buildings. The second definition: a material made from animal skin or hide that has been cleaned and tanned. Ali is correct. That is a point for Javier. Leather. Hey, Mommy too. Welcome back. Leather is correct. That is another point for Javier. Make sure you're up there. You are. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to another round, another game. We are going to play Family Feud. Family Feud is a fun one, and it gives many opportunities for points in one round. How Family Feud works is I have you guys name something. The card is different. There are many answers on the card, and so if you were the first person to say an answer on any of these that match any of these lines, you will get a point. Many points can be handed out to the player. It does change per round. For example, we're not gonna put this one. Sorry, I have to keep it family friendly, so I do have to cycle through these sometimes. Oh, this is a short, easy one. Only 2 points can be handed out. I've actually never seen a Family Feud card only give 2. So, the cover of your book has a satisfying layout. Thank you. I did it myself. It took me, I think, 110 iterations. Thank you. I'm really glad you like it. I think 110 or 115 iterations before I got to here. So, I'm glad you like it because I put a lot of work into it, especially because I'm not very good at graphic design, so I had to take my time and just redo it and restart over many, many times. So, moving on to Family Feud. I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that. That was probably one of the harder parts of the book, to be honest, because I had to make sure that that looked good. So, I'm glad you like it. Moving on to Family Feud. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. You're allowed as many guesses as you would like. 1 guess per comment. I am accepting guesses until I put done in the chat and give you guys the buzzer. All right, ready. Name a food that causes bad breath. We should one day do teams for King of the Hill. I will consider it, Josh. Or I'll write it down. I'll figure it out. All right, you guys said them all. Super fast. Only 2 on here. It was garlic and onions. Typically not how we do this round. But you guys already got them. Javier, you said garlic first on my screen. You're going to go ahead and get the point. And Josh the Great, you got the point for onion. That was super fast. Josh, number 5. Moving on to another round. We're probably going to do another round of... I'm going to go ahead and do another round of Family Feud, because that one was super short. All right, this is going to be a fun one. Up to 6 points can be handed out to the players. You're as many comments as you would like. 1 guess per comment. Here we go. We asked 100 married women, name something you've been wishing for years your husband would do. Name something you've been wishing for years your husband would do. You're allowed as many guesses as you would like. 1 guess per comment until I say done. Man, Sasso, you said leave. That's rough. That's rough. Name something you've been wishing for years your husband would do. Take a couple more answers. All right, we're going to go ahead and say done. I have learned with Family Feud, after I say done, I do refresh my chat to make sure that I get all the answers above when I said done. All right, starting at the top, I'm only going to read the answers if you get a point as per requested from previous rounds to speed it up a little bit. Josh the Great, you said clean. Housework / chores is on here. Josh, you're going to go ahead and get the point for that. All right, Josh, you're the current King of the Hill. You're going to get the bonus point. Surprise Cook isn't on here. Leave is not on here. Be More Romantic is on here. I'm going to go ahead and give that point to Javier. Javier, the current King of the Hill. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and do you all a favor and read this card for you when I'm done. I'll read all of the answers. Brawny Lose Weight is on here. You're going to get that point. Current King of the Hill. All right, all the answers above. Hey, Legend de Lurk. I remember you. Welcome back. What is this game? We're playing Family Feud. It's where I ask you guys something, and there's many answers. Yep, it's Family Feud. They typically survey a bunch of people, and so for example, we just played a round, and it was we asked 100 married women, name something you've been wishing for years your husband would do. We just finished the round. I gave out the points. The top answer, 27 women said be more romantic. And then housework slash chores, grow up, take on trip, be less angry, and lose weight. Were the 6 answers. Only 3 of them were given out, though. The other 3 were not given out. Yes, and we have a bonus game of whoever the most recent person to get a point on the scoreboard is the king of the hill. And when this random timer goes off, and I can't see when it'll go off, but it'll go off between 5 and 10 minutes. When it goes off, whoever's the king of the hill, which is the most recent person I said verbally to get a point, we'll get a bonus. Grow up cuts deep. It's fair, Sasso. I'm trying to play games for a living, or make games for a living, you know? So I get that. I get that. Oh, man, I get that. Left my wife so I could make games for a living. Grow up cuts deep. I'm also surprised, Javier, that wasn't on there. Ooh, fun one. All right, we're going to play another round of Family Feud. Up to 6 points can be handed out to the players. You are allowed as many guesses as you would like. 1 guess per comment. Keep comment as many times as you like until you hear the buzzer and I put done in the chat. So you can earn many points this round. They're typically like fast, 30 seconds. Actually, I'm going to start timing it to 30 seconds. No, I'm not. Tell me the first thing you'd buy for your home if you won $20,000. Tell me the first thing you'd buy for your home if you won $20,000. Take as many guesses as you would like. You can earn many points. Tell me the first thing you'd buy for your home if you won $20,000. These are all things that will be in your home. The thing and buy another one. That's funny. That's funny. Got a few more answers come in. And we're going to go ahead and say round is over. I put done in the chat. I only accept the answers above when I said done. I was lenient in the past, but then it was used against me, so I had to change that. All right. Javier, you said TV, new TV is on here. So that is a point for you. Josh the Great, you get a point for couch because living room furniture is on here. Carpet, Sasso, you get the point. One's close, but it's not close enough, so I'm not going to give it out. Luchin Daylurk, you got bed. A new bed is on here. Luchin, I've seen you quite a few times. Welcome back. Wow, you've been here for a while. You're number 52 on the Hall of Fame out of 185. Welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 7. You're number 7 on the scoreboard, so you have the number 7 token. You're the current king. And since you're in the Hall of Fame, it'll be you are yellow. Javier, you said kitchen. A new kitchen is on here. All right, Javier, you got the point. What's up, Pringle? Welcome back. Life-size Master Chief statue. That's funny. All right. Home items. That is definitely too broad. Alexander, I laughed when you said sell the thing, buy another one, but it's actually on here. It's a home, so you actually are getting the point for that goofy comment. Yeah, that's really funny. Alexander, you got the comment. You're the current king of the hill. You're token number 6. And you are now in the lead for entering the Hall of Champions, I'll have you know, because Luchen has 1. Mark has 1, but you are now in the lead with 2. That'll be announced 1 hour and 55 minutes in the stream who the new champion is. All right, all the points are given out. Not reading the rest of them. Get more tokens for us. I actually have tokens for you guys. I have a lot of tokens. The figures are for people who are in the Hall of Support. If you donate to the channel, I have different figures that you get to choose from based on how much you donate, and I write it down, and so this will represent the tokens. The figurines represent whoever donates and stuff. It's just a way to raise funds for the channel and show appreciation for the 9 people in the Hall of Support. So yeah, otherwise, there's just a token with a number on it representing what number you entered the scoreboard during that stream. You want to donate? If you donate, there are... All right, who's number 6? Alexander, you're number 6. You're the current king of the hill. You're getting the bonus point for that. Can I cash app? Yes, it is in the... What is it called? It should be tagged. It should be pinned in the comments and also in the description. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and pause this, and I'm going to add this time to the X. Before you donate real quick, let me go ahead and show you. Where's my stopwatch? I'm going to add this to the end of the show because I like to be fair, especially because we're competing now for the Hall of Champions. So give me 1 second. We have, right now, only 4 different tiers. We only have 4 different tiers, more to come. If you donate at least $1, you will be in the first tier. Give me a second. If you donate at least $1, you'll be in the first tier. You can pick any of these guys. They're all generic things like animals or stuff. If you donate at least $5, this is for anyone, you'll be in the second tier or the first tier for picking. There's different Pokemon chess pieces, Monopoly pieces for now. And if you donate at least $10, you'll be in the third tier, more rare Pokemon. We have a Halo dude. And then we have the 4th tier. Is at least $20. There's Ozzy Osbourne, Master Chief, and oh yeah, there's a little Minecraft cow and Dragonite, a Pokemon. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go back to the game. I realized I do not have a good way to show that for this stream, so I'll have to figure that out. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and go back. Yeah. But if you donate, let's first say at least $10 and you're in the 3rd tier, you can pick from the first 3. So, we're going to go ahead. What game are we doing? We are doing Family Feud right now. We are playing Family Feud. Yeah, if you donate, just let me know and I can go ahead and check. And for now, we're going to continue. I have to add 1 minute and 30 to the end of the game show. Welcome back, Pringle. Moving on to another round of Family Feud. Multiple points can be handed out to the players. And also, if you donate, I do add your name to the Hall of Support as well. And your token will be yours for the eternity of this stream, unless you donate again to change it out. All right. We're not going to do that round. That's a starting round. All right, moving on to another round of Family Feud. Up to 4 points can be handed out to the players. All right, Alex. All right, give me a second, guys. I will be adding more time to the end. Alexander, I got it. Did you want Shellos? Was this one Shellos? Was this, thank you, by the way, Alexander. You will be added to the Hall of Support. I might have missed the clause. Yes. Perfect. That's perfect. All right, Alexander, this will be yours every single time you play. This token will represent you in the game show. I'm adding this time to the end. Give me 1 second real quick. I just have to add your name. I really need something on the soundboard. I added your name to the Hall of Support. And is that paused? Good, it is. I do need to update this real quick. Remember, guys, I add any time to the end, but we don't add more than 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Alexander. I really appreciate the support. Glad you've been coming back so long and enjoying the game. Shellos. All right. Every time you play, whether we play the board game or this, every time Shellos will be attributed to you. All right. We're going to go ahead and keep going. Thank you so much, Alexander. Welcome to the Hall of Support. Moving on, we have, going to add another 1:30, so we're adding 3 minutes to the end. That means 1 hour and 58 minutes into the stream, we will be announcing the Hall, the new champion. Thank you, Alexander. Moving on to another round of Family Feud. Welcome back, L. Edwin. Lutchen, if you do donate, please let me know and I'll let you pick a piece. Name something people take off before they jump in a pool. Up to 4 points can be handed out to the players. There are as many guesses as you would like. 1 guess per comment. I do need to add a nice sound for everybody who's in, or when you enter the Hall of Support. I have to add something. Here's a little fireworks for now. You're the 10th person in the Hall of Support. Guys, I'll tell you, clothes and shoes is on one line, and that is handed out. So, name something people take off before they jump in a pool. All right, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and put done in the chat. I'll accept the answers above when I said done. Oh, that's okay. There's a latency, and the latency is slightly different for people too. So that's why I put done in the chat so you guys can see. So mistakes happen. It's okay. All right, Sasso, you said shoes, clothes/shoes is on here. You're going to go ahead and get a point. I got to resume that. All right, Sasso, you are number 4. And Alexander, I do have to take your guy, your chip away since you now have a character. Thank you again. I do really, really appreciate the support. So, moving on. Pringle, you said, oh, shirt, but clothes was already given out. Did you say hay? I'm thinking like hay for like, horse hay, but I think that, oh, hat. Well, okay, that makes so much more sense. All right, that the clothes and shoes is already given out. I was trying to figure out what typo that was. Shirt, socks, hat, clothes. Glasses is on here. All right, that is a point for Javier. You said glasses. Oh, wait, yes. Remember, I can always show my screen. We do go off of my screen. Javier, you're the current king of the hill. Only 2 answers left. Earrings, jewelry/watches on here. Alexander, you are the current king. All right, looks like 3 of the 4. Hey, Die Lucky. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. I keep score. We play different card games. You just play by commenting. Welcome. All right, guys. The other answer that was not given out was towel. Nobody got it above when I said done. So, yeah, I do accept typos. I just couldn't in my mind think of it. All right, guys, that was good. We're going to go ahead and move on to blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. You'll allow as many guesses as you would like. 1 guess per comment. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point. The first definition, this is a dictionary definition. The first dictionary definition, a place where people who are sick or hurt are cared for. The second definition, the natural rest that people and animals take at regular times. Hospital is correct. That is a point for Josh. All right, Josh, you're the current king. Sleep is correct. Let me see who the first person to say it was. Josh again. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Die Lucky, we play a lot of different games. These guys have been coming here for 6, 7, 8 weeks. I think we've almost, about 6 month and a half in. There's different games like blurt and other games where there's a variety of games. Moving on to blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, a portable cot for carrying someone who is hurt or ill. The second definition, a sudden catching of the breath in the throat. That's what I thought when I was new. You'll get faster. That's true, Josh. It is not a wheelchair. It is a stretcher. That is a point for Javier. Yeah, some of the games take time. I do try to add new games every single week, and I try to make it to where the newcomers have a chance against the veterans. All right. Hiccup is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Brawny, current king of the hill. Yeah, I haven't seen Tree in a while. Tree, Trinity. There's a few people I haven't seen. I haven't seen Egg since the very first week, and Egg was on every day the first week. Egg and Evil Egg. Oops, dropping cards over here. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, to hit or strike out with the foot. The second definition, the opening in a human or animal body through which food is taken in. Kick is correct. That is a point for Javier. And mouth is correct. Let me see who got that point first. That would be Josh the Great. All right, we're going to do one more round, and then we're going to take the halftime break before the champion is announced. We're probably going to definitely go over today and just have some more fun and hang out and play more games. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, a race for runners over a distance of 26 miles and 385 yards, or about 42 kilometers. The second definition, an elephant with shaggy hair that lived thousands of years ago. Marathon is correct. That is a point for Pringle. Pringle, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 8 on the scoreboard. now competing to enter the champion. This is the first stream we've had in several days where somebody can enter the Hall of Champions. You are the number 8 token. And Mammoth is correct. First person on my screen. I do have to check something real quick. Is Mammoth short for woolly? Or I'm sorry, is woolly mammoth short for woolly mammoth? The word mammoth is not short for woolly mammoth. All right, I'm going to go ahead and give it to Javier. Guys, remember, this is only one word. Only one word. Only one word. So it's Javier that's going to get it. Oh, Javier, you're getting the bonus point. Remember, it is only one word. It is never a hyphenated word. If a hyphenated word comes up, I do skip it. Wow, rip to Josh. I will have you guys know that was the AI overview. That could be wrong because remember, AI is not 100% right. We're still very early, first couple of years of AI. So do your own research on that one. I cannot 100% guarantee it. That's just, yes, they are, Sasso. I definitely heard about that. So. All right, guys. We are 1 hour and 1 minute in. We're going to take, is it Woolly or Willy? All right, hold on. I'm going to Google woolly mammoth. You guys have me Googling the weirdest things? Nope, it's Woolly. It's Woolly. Willy mammoth. You guys have me Google the weirdest things that will have you guys know. And it is hilarious sometimes. All right. We are officially halfway into the stream, which means we're going to go on the 5-minute halftime break. How the break works is at the sound of the gong, the break begins. At the sound of the air horn, the break is over. I do keep a stopwatch on me so I can respect everyone's time. The champion tonight will be announced 1 hour and 58 minutes into the stream. I do bring my phone on me so I can keep chatting with you guys. Yeah, I remember that too, Josh, where I was about to Google if a bomb floats, and then everybody was like, maybe you shouldn't Google that. So yeah, that was funny. That was during Justifiable Thoughts. All right, guys, I'm gonna bring a phone with me so that way I can keep chatting with you. The break is officially going to start now. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hey, it's Shannon. I host the games and keep score while you play them by commenting. If you would like to support the channel and enter the Hall of Supporters, my Cash App is Shannon1742. My PayPal and Venmo are mindfuldiscovery@yahoo.com. These should be pinned in the comments. If you are interested in any of the games played on this show or the props used, I have affiliate links in the description. I earn a commission for each product bought at no extra cost to you. Another way you could show support is by purchasing my book, Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games. This is a book on learning the rules for 52 solitaire-type card games with various levels of difficulties, chance, and skill. I wrote detailed instructions for new and experienced players to be able to learn these games, along with setup pictures for examples. Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games is available on Amazon as a paperback book and on the Kindle store. It is also enrolled in the Kindle Unlimited program. We have a minute left in the break. Who will enter the Hall of Champions tonight? The three key principles for this game show: we want to be fair, we want to have fun, and we want to be friendly. I personally want to thank this community and everyone in the Hall of Fame for helping develop this positive game show experience. All right, we are back. I'm a few 15 seconds late. Apologize about that. Sorry, I had a fun idea while I was out there, so I was working on it. We're gonna go ahead and continue. Sorry, had to write down that idea. Moving on to another round, another game. We typically start or come back after the break with Guess That Balloon. However, we will not be playing Guess That Balloon today because 40 seconds before I hit live, I broke the box of balloons, and they're so perfectly packed that I need to take the time and tape the box up so I don't have a mess on my hands. So, you guys will not be seeing Guess That Balloon today. We'll be back in tomorrow's stream if we do this format. We do not do Guess the Balloon on the board game format. Moving on, we're going to get back to it. We're going to go ahead and move on to Tribond. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. And I'm going to go ahead and resume the timer for the King of the Hill. I do pause it on the breaks. All right, we have Whist, Hearts, Cribbage. First person to tell me what Whist, Hearts, and Cribbage have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Cards is correct. They are card games. Sasso, that is a point for you. Sasso, you're number 4. Moving on to another round of 100% guess. Hey, good guess, though. Good guess. That's okay. We've had some wild guesses on here before. One time, we were playing Justifiable Thoughts, and I said, name something purple, and the first answer was a cow, and then apparently there has been one purple cow, and it was a scientific mystery in Florida, and we had to give the point to, I think it was Robert who said it, maybe. That was super funny. We were all laughing. That was a good time. Hey, Connor, welcome back. You used to have a mustache. I did used to have a mustache. Welcome back, Connor. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common. I'll get points on the scoreboard. White Cloud, Charmin, Northern. These are brand names for what? Keep the stash, man. I couldn't get it to look good. So I kept trying different ways to trim it, and it just didn't really look that good. So I decided for a cleaner look just to keep it off and just keep the little soul patch. I just watched a video on how to clear your mind. That is an old one. Cigarettes is incorrect. That's an old video, Connor. I think I made that 3 years ago. I'll repeat it. White Cloud, Charmin, Northern, Toilet is correct. Toilet rolls. They are brands for toilet paper. Sasso, you got it. You look so different. Sasso, that was, I think, a U.S.-specific one, but you said you don't mind U.S.-specific, which, hey, you got the point. So you look so different. Yeah, I think I was like 30, 40 pounds heavier in that video as well. I think I've lost about almost 40 pounds since that video. Moving on to another, at least 30 for sure, but I think around 40. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. Will got a point on the scoreboard. We have Cream, Sharp, Cottage. Cheese is correct. Another point for Sasso. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. Did you see the caffeine? Yeah, I quit quitting. Raking in the points while everyone else is busy. Or Alexander, are you referring to the cheese round or the caffeine? Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point. We have helium, oxygen, steam. Oh, cheese. Yeah, I quit drinking caffeine for like 2 or 3 weeks, but then I'm trying to get my next book done, so I'm drinking it again for a little bit. Gas is correct. Point for Javier. Alexander, you were 3rd on my screen who said cheese, and if you need me to pull up my chat, I 100% will. Javier, you got the point. All right, I'm actually going to go ahead and do it anyway, because I always like to do that and build trust. Give me 1 second. Be adding some more time at the end. It's very important for me that we keep it fair. All right. Let me make sure you guys can actually see. Sometimes I do this and it's just a black screen. We had Sasso said cheese, then Javier, then Alexander. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me what these 3 things have in common. Will get a point on the scoreboard. You look and sound so different. Yeah, that was about 3. That was 3.5 years ago, Connor. We have arithmetic, trigonometry, statistics. Oh, there's nothing to be sorry about. It can be frustrating on your guys' end for it to show you first on your screen and different on my screen. So it's 100% understandable. It is definitely a frustrating thing for many players. Javier, you got math first. Sasso, you're a close second. That's why I really like to show my screen, because I know it's frustrating. I want to keep it fun and fair. So, moving on to another round, Tribon. First person talking about these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Janet, Randy, Michael, Janet, Randy, Michael. I'll give you guys a hint. This is a weird one. Janet blank, Randy blank, Michael blank. Names is not specific enough. Can you guys guess the last name of these three people? They all share it. Janet blank, Randy blank, Michael blank. I would definitely probably say Michael is the most famous of the three. Jackson would be correct. That is a point for Sasso. Oh, these markers are giving me trouble. All right, Sasso. You're the most recent person to earn a point, and I did say the rules for the King of the Hill. The most recent person I said verbally to get the point is the king, whether I've written it on the board or changed out the piece yet. So I just gave you 2 points there. But if I say a word is correct, but I haven't given out the point yet, and it goes off, then it's not to the new person, it's to the previous king. Because sometimes I have to go back in the chat to go back in the chat and double check, just so you guys know. All right, good stuff. Sasso predominating on the scoreboard. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Cradle, Crib, Bunk. Just happen to be involved. Awesome, Sasso. Awesome. I'm so glad you guys are loving this. Bed is the correct answer. They are types of bed. Cradle, Crib, and Bunk. That's a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Bread, moolah, bucks. They are slang terms for what? You say baby until you heard Bunk. Yeah, Bunk gave it away. Money is correct. Point for Sasso. Ooh. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have tossed, potato, Caesar. Salad is correct. Point for Javier. You guys are kicking each other off. King of the Hill was super fun. I remember being a child in school, and when there'd be a big snowbank in the winter, we'd play King of the Hill, and all the kids would be at top pushing each other off the snowbank onto the bottom, and whoever's at the top is the King of the Hill. Super fun game as a kid. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. A rainbow, a tiger, a referee. Stripes is correct. Point for Sasso. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. I don't think I can pronounce any of the three of these words. Oh, okay, I can definitely do the last one. We're going to just try it. Oh, a tunester, a virtuoso, a soloist. How do you pronounce this? Virtuoso. Musician is correct. They are types of musicians. Oh, no, they're just musicians. Okay. Was the answer. Sasso, you got it. Give me a second. Virtuoso. A person highly skilled in music or other artistic pursuit. Celebrated clarinet virtuoso. All right, cool. Sorry, guys. I just like the learning. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point. Dial, push button, cordless. Phone is correct. Point for Javier. All right, Connor will be here every day of the week. I don't know if you've been here since we played Spotted. I think you played Spotted on the other format. I think you said you really like Spotted. I think you were one of the people who really like Spotted. Only a couple of people were familiar with it before they added it on. We're not playing it on this format. Too hard for me to hold up the cards over there. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things. Yeah, you have. I thought so. First person tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point. We have Cub, Colt, Calf. Cub, Colt, Calf. Cub, Colt, Calf. They are not pups. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. I Googled the definition of pup, and it says one of the definitions is a young dog. Another is a young wolf, seal, rat, or other mammal. So pups actually would be correct because the answer was young animals. A cub is a young bear. A colt, I think, is a young horse. And a calf is a young cow. All right, that is a point for Alexander. That's right, you are. The name of the Pokemon I so struggle with. Shellos. Alexander, you're at 5 points in the lead for entering the Hall of Champions. Have a good one, Connor. What is a colt? I think it was a baby horse. A baby male horse, specifically. All right, cool. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have lass, damsel, maiden. Colt is a horse. I thought it was, but I couldn't remember. I've been learning the names for a lot of young animals, and so a lot of new ones for me. So, is it princess? Lass, damsel, maiden. They are terms for a blank woman or young girl. Oh, just girl. Terms for a girl or woman. So I'm not going to give it to princess. I'll give it to you, Alexander, for saying woman. I would have probably given it to you for lady as well, though. Or female would have also gotten that if that was first. All right, that is a point for Alexander. Hey, try hard. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. If you were here for a very long time and you uphold the community standards of fair, fun, and family friendly, I'll consider making you a moderator. However, oh, Javier, you did say girl first. Thank you. I missed that. I did miss that. I have to take that point away from Alexander, to be fair. So you're the current king. Thank you very much. You did say girl first. I just did not read it. But no, try hard. Oh, rough but perfect timing for the correction. Javier, you're the current king. Fair is fair, guys. And I do make mistakes, and I appreciate when you guys point them out. So, yeah, sorry, Alexander. Fair is fair. Big bummer. Okay. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point. A fedora, a beanie, a turban. A couple answers I'll accept. I always say a couple, but in reality, there's usually a few answers that I'll accept if it's very close, especially because people are from all over the world. So, hat is one of them. The answer was, and that's a point for Javier, things people wear on their heads or hats. All right, Javier, you can go ahead and get that point. And you're the current king. Moving on. All right, we're going to go ahead and play another card game. We're going to go ahead and go back to Blur. Unless you guys want to try the hard version of Tribond. We've been playing Tribond Kids, and I recently ran into the adult version of Tribond, and it is difficult. I ended up skipping half of them. Yeah, we'll go ahead and skip it for now. Moving on to Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: someone who lives next door to or near another. The second definition: the brother of one's father or mother. You're allowed as many guesses as you'd like. 1 guess per comment. We do go off of my screen to break ties. Javier, you got neighbor. Uncle is correct. Another point for Javier. Guys, I would like... I'm almost done reading the dictionary, and so hopefully in the next few weeks we will have my expanded version of Blurt on the show. It's a very big book, and it takes a lot of work. But you guys will see an expanded version of Blurt curated by myself because I know how much you guys love it. So, moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: the shelf above a fireplace. The second definition: a small bomb usually thrown by hand. Mantle is correct. That is a point for Javier. Grenade is correct at this point for Sasso. Moving on to another round, Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a portion of ice cream with syrup, fruit, or nuts on top. The second definition: a thin, straight shaft that is shot from a bow and has a sharp point at one end. Sunday is correct. That is a point for Alexander. All right, Alexander, your current king. 6 points in the lead for Enter the Hall of Champions. It'll be announced in about half an hour. And Arrow is correct. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a body part with which fish and many other water animals breathe. The second definition: a punctuation mark used to separate things or ideas in a sentence. Please spell it out. Please spell it out, because this is supposed to be a word. Gil is correct. It's a point for Bronny. Hey, Bronny, welcome back. And comma is correct. It is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a round object used in games. The second definition: a geometric figure having 4 equal sides and 4 right angles. Robert, welcome back. Try hard. I will go back and check. Give me 1 second. For now, Javier, you got ball. Give me 1 second. Try hard, and I will check for you. Square is correct. And Javier, you also got square. All right. Try hard. Do me a favor if you're sticking around here. You said I said it first. However, moving forward, if you could tell me what word you said first, it would make it a lot easier for me. So if you think you said comma first, please, moving forward, say you said, or say I said comma first. Just makes it easier for me because we do rapid fire these rounds. However, I'm going to pull up my chat. Gil and comma were the last ones, so I will pull up my chat to show you guys You know, I always don't mind doing that, like to build trust. So unfortunately, how the internet works is it might show many people at one time on their screen that they said it first. I am hosting, so I'm actually getting all the messages first. They do have to travel all throughout the world, how the internet works. Brawny said Gills first, however, I assume you meant comma. Try hard, as you can see here, and we do go off on my screen to break ties. Javier said comma first. Sasso said it second. Try hard, you said it third. You can see here, let me make sure that's not a blank screen, because sometimes I've done that to you guys a couple times. So unfortunately, how it works, if you guys say it all near the same time in real life, it'll show many people on their screen that they said it first, because it's easier for YouTube to put the answer on your machine and then send it to the servers, and then they send it here to me. I actually get them first based on when they're sent, and you guys sent them so close in time that it probably showed many of you that you said it first. However, to be fair, we have to have some way to break ties, and we do use my screen to break ties. I know it can be frustrating, but I will show you my screen any and every time you guys request. So we're going to go ahead and continue on. Robert, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and move on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Jake Skywalker, welcome to the live game show. I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Moving on to the next round of Blurt. The first definition. The part of the face on either side below the eye. The second definition. A piece of land where fruit trees are grown. Sheik is correct. That is a point for Brawny. I haven't heard the buzzer go off in a little bit. It must have been set to 10 minutes. It is at random intervals. And Orchard is correct. You guys know typos are okay in every game except for password. Javier, you got it. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. Someone in a circus who performs tricks. Javier, you're getting the bonus point for being the current king. And Robert, wow, you're back in here. Let me go ahead and get your game piece out. Robert is Elmo. Welcome back, Robert. Continuing on to Blurt. Oh, you guys got it. Someone in a circus. That's all I needed. Clown was correct. The second definition, and that is a point for Brawny. The second definition, a small piece of paper with a design on the front and a sticky back. Stamp is correct. That is a point. What is this game? We're playing Blurt right now, Robert. Oh, are you wondering about this? Give me a second. Javier, you got Stamp. This is a bonus game. It's the only bonus game I have right now that's working for this format. It's called King of the Hill. How it works is the most recent person who I said verbally to earn a point on the scoreboard is the current King of the Hill. And then I put their piece on here. I have a timer. I have a random timer on this phone that will go off between 5 and 10 minutes. It's random every time. And whoever the current King of the Hill is, when the timer goes off, gets a bonus point on the board. The reason I say it's the last person I said verbally. So if I say, for example, Sasso, you got the point, but I haven't changed the piece yet or written the point on the board, Sasso's still the king. So, just so you guys know, it's whoever I most recently verbally said. Just because I've had it happen to where I said somebody got the point, but I didn't change the piece yet or write it on the board, but that's the discrepancy in the rule. So, that's called King of the Hill. It can cause anywhere from 12 to 24 extra points throughout the first 2 hours. We have about 23 minutes left in the stream before I announce the new champion. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition. I did actually, Brawny, I did write it while I was reading the second definition for Stamp, just so you know. I did give you the point for Clown, and I did write it down. The first definition. A mounted soldier in the Middle Ages who gave military service to a king or lord and returned to the right. to hold land. I'll repeat that, sorry. A mounted soldier in the Middle Ages who gave military service to a king or lord in return for the right to hold land. The second definition, a meal at which guests may serve themselves from food set out on a table. Knight is correct. That is a point for Robert. Robert, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. You got the point for Knight. And you're number 9 on the scoreboard. That doesn't matter for you because you have Elmo. Elmo's the king of the hill right now. And it looks like Buffet is correct. Let me have to go back to see the first person on my screen to say Buffet is. That would be Robert. All right, moving on to another round of Blurt. Strong entry back in, Robert. Welcome back. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, not good. The second definition, the hard mouth parts of a bird. Bad is correct. That is a point for Robert. Beak is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition is an animal that is related to dogs and wolves and has a pointed snout and a long bushy tail. The second definition is someone who inherits or has the right to inherit the money or property of another person. Fox is correct. That is a point for Javier. And air is correct. That is a point for Robert. These markers are right. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. We're going to do 2 more rounds, which will be 4 words, and we're going to switch up the game. The first definition, a coin of the United States or Canada worth 10 cents. Hey, Isaac, welcome back. The second definition, an outbreak of red spots on the skin. Isaac, welcome back. I've been doing pretty good. How are you doing, Isaac? Dime is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Robert, close second. Try hard, close third. You guys went boom, boom, boom. It was super close. Brawny, you got the point. You're the current king of the hill. And Rash is correct. Let me see who got. By the way, for king of the hill, if I say an answer is correct, but I haven't said who got the point yet, then this person's still the king, just because I have to go back and double check, just so you guys know. Robert, you got it. Oops, sorry, Elmo. I've been doing well. What's the game today? Well, we have a bonus game called King of the Hill. Whoever the most recent point I verbally said it. Whoever the most recent player I verbally said got a point on the scoreboard is the King of the Hill. I have a random timer going off every 5 to 10 minutes, and whenever this timer goes off, the current King of the Hill will get a bonus point on the board. I cannot see when the timer will go off to keep it fair, though. And that's the timer, and Elmo is the current King of the Hill, so Robert is Elmo, so he's going to get the bonus point. It won't go off for at least 5 more minutes, and it will not go off past 10 more minutes. We're going back and forth between, we have 1 more round of Blurt, and then we're going to switch it up to Justifiable Thoughts. So we're going back between the first format of me going switching between the card games. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, an afternoon performance in a theater. The second definition, a large platform on wheels that carries an exhibit in a parade. I got a phone call. Who got the last 2? Oh, I do not know. Robert got Rash, and Javier got Fox. Matinee is correct. That is a point for Robert. And Float is correct. That's a point for Javier. Robert, you're a close second. There we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch it up to Justifiable Thoughts. Justifiable Thoughts is a game I made just for this game show. How Justifiable Thoughts works is I'm going to have you guys name something, starting with a random letter. What I have you name will change, and one more round. Sure, we'll do one more card, which will be 2 more rounds. We'll do one more card, and it's 2 more rounds, and then we're going to move on to Justifiable Thoughts. Oh no, these are just messed up. All right, moving on to one more round of Blurt, and then we're going to switch it up to Justifiable Thoughts. Bron, I also hope your day is going better. I know yesterday was a sombering day, but I hope your day is getting better today, Bronny. Anyway, moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is a long vehicle with seats for many passengers. The second definition is a body temperature that is higher than normal. Whoever subscribed this firework is for you. It is not limo. A long vehicle with seats for many passengers. Think of bus is correct. That is a point for Robert. And fever is correct. That is a point for Javier. Double check. Hey, Jameis, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Yes, try hard. This firework is for you. Thank you, so. I hope you like this. I try to stream at least 6 days a week, sometimes multiple times a day, or just one really long one. All right, we're going to move on to one more round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a narrow passage through which one may walk, as between rows of seats in a theater or between counters in a store. The second definition: a sea animal that has a soft, long body and 10 arms surrounding the mouth. Isle is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Here we go. Squid is correct. That is another point for Bronny. All right, we're going to move on to Justifiable Thoughts. We're just going to play a few rounds, just because it could be a little bit of a slower game at times. So we're going to play just a few rounds since we're competing for the Hall of Champions. Justifiable Thoughts is where I have you guys name something starting with a random letter. The first person to give me a justifiable answer will get a point on the scoreboard. Hey, Sasso, thank you again for joining. Have a great night. I hope to see you tomorrow. Sunday, I'll be starting very early. I think I'll be starting around between 2 or 4 p.m. I think you're about 6 hours ahead of me. So Sunday, it'll be a long, early stream. All right, guys, we're going to move on to a round of Justifiable Thoughts. Name something you should not put in the oven, starting with the letter J. Your answer can be a word or a sentence. It must start with the letter J. Name something you should not put in the oven. Javier, you said a jellyfish. Robert, you said juice. Javier, you said jam. Guys, you can put any food in the oven. Try hard. You said James. I don't know who James is, but I'm going to give it to you. You should not put your friend James in the oven. I would not accept any food answer because there's definitely any animal or food could definitely be put in an oven for baking. So try hard. You got the point. Welcome to the scoreboard. Try hard. You are entered number 10. Yeah, Justifiable Thoughts goes to the first person who has a justifiable answer. That means we can unjustify other answers. Try hard. Welcome to the scoreboard. This is a struggle with these markers today, that's for sure. Try hard. You are number 10 on the scoreboard, and it also, which means you have the number 10 token. You're the current king of the hill. And Tryhard, it looks like this is the very first time you've earned a point on this game show, which means congratulations. I'll be adding your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. Once you earn 1 point on this game show, you are entered into the Hall of Fame. You're the 186th person to ever earn a point on this live game show. Congratulations. What if I named my chicken James? Well, there are people named James too, so that's a funny justification. Oh, and the current king of the hill is number 10, which is Tryhard. Tryhard, you're getting the bonus point for being the current king of the hill while the timer went off. Congratulations for the second point. James is my brother. James is my middle name. It's funny. All right, moving on to another round of Justifiable Thoughts. Justifiable Thoughts is a little bit slower, but we're going to go ahead and keep playing it. We are brothers. Javier, we found your twin. Could have said Javier too. You could have said Javier. You could have. That's a good one. Moving on to another round of Justifiable Thoughts. The first person to name something that would not work well if it was made out of paper, starting with the letter N. I would like to not be microwaved. Name something that would not work well if it was made out of paper, starting with the letter N. Hey, Lord Ajax, welcome back. You guys remember this is a fair, fun, family-friendly environment. Brawny, you hit me with nothing. You hit me with nothing. What a Buddhist answer. How do I even respond to this? Name something that would not work well if it was made out of paper. Nothing would not work well. This is a philosophy thing I was not prepared for. Right now, that is such a great answer. Nothing would work well. You know what? There are things that would work well made out of paper. For example, books. Can you make nothing? I'm going to not give it to you, Brawny, because if we put in nothing, nothing would work well if it was made out of paper. But many things like money are made out of paper and they work well. So, Brawny, you're making my brain hurt with that one, but I'm not giving it to you because there are things that would work well made out of paper. Lord Ajax, you said new cars. Mike Tones, welcome back. Lord Ajax, you said new cars would not work well if they're made out of paper. Yeah, I don't see any way you can make a car function well out of paper. The engine wouldn't work. They wouldn't even hold gasoline. All right, Lord Ajax, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. Welcome to the scoreboard. That one's final. Lord Ajax, welcome back. Welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. You are going to be number 11. You're 11 on the scoreboard, so you're going to have the number 11 token. Your token will be red since you are a former champion. We are playing King of the Hill. When this timer randomly goes off, whoever the most recent person to get a point is will get a bonus point. Hey, Luke Duke, welcome. We are going to announce the new champion in about 8 minutes, but we're going to keep playing for bonus. Just saying hi and bye. Got a lot going for me to play right now. No problem, Mike Tones. No problem. You know, we play almost every day. So whenever you guys have time to come hang out and have fun, you're more than welcome. What were some of the other answers? Nutella out of paper? TV out of paper? No, nose? No, yeah, no. These were all great answers. Brawny, have a great day. Have fun hanging out with your bud. Moving on to another round of We're actually going to go back to blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: to shout or cry out loudly. The second definition: a small flat piece of plastic, metal, or bone for plucking the strings of a guitar or other instrument. All right, Robert, since when does TV start with N? You're correct. TV does not start with N. It's still a good guess, but it would not have gotten the point since it doesn't start with N. Thank you. I didn't even catch that, Robert. That's funny. Oh, there's nothing to be hard. Sorry about try hard. It's all the games have different rules, so it just takes time to adjust to some of them. So you'll get them after a few rounds of each one. None of them are complicated, but they all have slightly different rules and levels of leniency. So it was still a good answer if it was T, but nothing to be sorry about. Yell is correct. I'll give it to Luke to Duke, even though you have a typo. Luke to Duke, here's your little dog. Monopoly dog. Luke to Duke, welcome back and welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entering as red. You are number 12 on the scoreboard, but that doesn't matter because you have the Monopoly dog as your character. All right, who got the second one? Pick is correct. Let me see who the first person on my screen to say it. That would be Lord Ajax. All right, Lord Ajax, you're number 11, red. Oh, these markers are killing me. I'll probably be streaming for, I'm feeling pretty good. We got a lot of players on. I'll probably be streaming for at least a couple hours over the normal 2 hours. So my friend's joining soon. Awesome. Yeah, I'll be going on. We're going to continue on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. An animal that looks like a rabbit but is larger and has longer ears. The second definition. A small feathered ball used in badminton. All right, the current champion is 11. That is Lord Ajax. You're getting the bonus point for being the king when the timer goes off. Guys, I'll have you know I will be going over the normal 2 hours today, but once the champion is announced, it does not change for the stream. The high score will not be eligible to be beaten. I will still be keeping score. It will just be for fun then. All right, we have hair is correct. I'll accept the typo. It's H-A-R-E. Luke to Duke, you got the point. Shuttlecock is correct. That is point for Lord Ajax. Let me double check on that one. Yes. Did I get your number? I don't know what you're talking about. You're number 12 on the scoreboard, but you're just a little dog. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. Oh, I don't know, Luke to Duke. I don't think so. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition. I did not. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to know the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. I will have you guys know I will be starting the Discord community in about maybe 2 months. Will be right before I switch over to the other YouTube channel. I will be doing the Discord. Before then, I'm trying to wrap up a couple major projects to get ready for the Switch, because I plan on adding a lot of things to the stream all at once. Anyway, the first definition, the part of the body containing the brain, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The second definition, a covering for the head, often having a crown and a brim. You don't see Lord Ajax's comments. They're showing up on my screen. I can always show you my screen. Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes some people's comments don't pop up. Lord Ajax, though, has been a very good player since he joined. He's never had a comment deleted or been on timeout, so it's just a weird tech thing right now. Head is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. There are sometimes people's comments don't come up if I've had to ban them or put them in timeout in the past. However, Lord Ajax is not one of those players. So it's just a weird thing right now. And hat is correct. That is a point for Lord Ajax. Speaking of deleted comments, yeah, it's just weird. That happens a few times. All right, guys, we have about 2.5 minutes left before the new champion is announced. Once you enter the Hall of Champions, you never leave. One person enters almost every stream, and then your name comes on the board as red next time you play. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Good evening / morning, Gogs. We have Alexander is in the lead with 6 points. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: a swinging bed made of rope or strong fabric that is hung between 2 supports. The second definition: a magic spirit in Arab folklore. Gods, we're almost done with the Hall of Champions section, the first 2 hours, and then we're going to be continuing on to bonus fun. We're playing King of the Hill right now. Hammock is correct. That is point for Luke to Duke. I'm going to try to speed up the last few minutes because it can be competitive at the end. Although, so far, we have somebody clearly in the lead for now. And Genie is correct. That's a point for Luke to Duke. Luke to Duke, you're at 5. However, you're already a champion. Had a bad day health-wise. Uh-oh, has it something to do with your single lung? Is it a 2-hour stream? No, we're going to be going for several hours in this format. We're 2 hours in, but we're going extra today. We're going to go very extra. Oh, is it your pneumonia? Try hard. Can I be a moderator? If you're here for several months and I get to know you, I take this stuff very serious because this is what I want to be doing for the rest of my life, creating Blurt games. So, no for now. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person. It's not a no forever, but no for now. Moving on to Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Oh, gogs, I'm sorry to hear. The first definition: an animal that has black and white fur and a bushy tail and can spray a liquid that smells very unpleasant. The second definition: a white or brown plant shaped like a little umbrella. Gogs, is your ammonia getting worse? Doesn't sound like it's getting better. Gogs, you get the point for skunk. Welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. You're number 13 on the scoreboard. Did your wife also catch pneumonia as well? Gogs, you're number 13 on the scoreboard, which means you have the 13 token. The token will be red since you're a former champion. You're currently the king of the hill. All right, and mushroom was correct. Lung problems through my whole family. That's unfortunate. Robert, you got mushroom. I double check. Yes, you got mushroom. So you're the current king of the hill. Where are you, Robert? Yeah, the OGs here have been playing together for a long time, kind of like a trivia family. Yeah, pretty much. Hang out and play card games, sometimes board games. Super cool. We have time for one more round. Moving on to the last round of Blurt before the champion's announced, and then I'll take a short break, and we're going to continue playing for fun. Although it's fun the whole time, but moving on to the next round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: land that is covered with a thick growth of tropical trees and plants. The second definition: the title of the rulers of ancient Egypt. Wow, Gogs, is it hereditary or... Wow. It's not forest, it is... That is interesting. I want to look into that. That's... Jungle is correct, point for Luke to Duke. I've never heard of that. That is crazy. Is it just highly contagious, or is it, like... hereditary? But I'm lucky enough to have took it. You don't sound very lucky. And Pharaoh is correct. Let me see who said it first. Gogs, you got it. I'll go ahead and pause the timer for right now. The time is up. Worse than sarcoid Google it. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to do a deep dive into it later. Coid. I'm definitely interested about that, so I'm going to be looking into that later. I take notes every single stream, and I clear the notes after. Gods, I'm really sorry to hear about that. Do you have it? All right, guys, real quick, before I'm going to read the scores. Nobody gets... All right, amongst the former champions, we have Javier has 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 42 points. Brawny, 15. Sasso, 6. Josh the Great, 16. Robert, 9. Lord Ajax, 5. Luke Duke, 6. And Gogs, 2. Amongst everybody else competing to enter the Hall of Champions, one person will enter. We have Mark Lasansky, 1. Luchendelert, 1. Pringle, 1. Tryhard, 2. And now to announce the new champion, coming in first place with 6 points. It's actually been a while since we've added a new champion. I'd like to announce Alexander Ortiz. Welcome to the Hall of Champions. You are the new champions. Next time you hear, you'll be seeing your name on red. You entered the Hall of Champions and the Hall of Support in one stream. Congratulations. Gogs, when did you find this out? He's from Scotland. Wait. UK, I think, actually. Never mind, not Scotland. That was Sasso, who's from Scotland. And God, it's a... Oh, you were from Scotland. Okay, you were from Scotland. There was somebody else also from the... There was Richard and someone else from the UK. I knew there was 2 people from Scotland, so it's Gogs and Sasso, I believe, that are both from Scotland. Man, Gogs, I'm sorry to hear about that. Edinburgh. Is it manageable? I mean, I know you said there's no treatment, but is it like manageable for a long time? Or is it like a rapid kind of thing? Don't pray for me, you'll be smited. Oh, man. Luke to Duke, I'll have you know, give me 1 second, that my phone is off almost the entire day, especially like, well, obviously not if I'm streaming because I use my phone to stream. My phone is off almost the entire day because it's one of the biggest distractions I have, and I need to, I usually, just until the Discord. I have to be very careful with my phone number, Luke to Duke. I'm going to ask that you wait until the Discord, and I might just make the Discord a little bit earlier. I do have to be very careful with my phone number. So I'm going to say no. It's not that we can't talk, because I'll be talking to you guys more off screen with in the Discord and stuff. I just have to, for privacy of my family, I do have to be careful with my phone number because I do plan on taking this very far. But once I make the Discord, I will be able to get to know you guys a lot more. We'll be doing a Discord for the community and a Discord potentially for the moderators as well. And I have a good one, Tryhard. I'm also grinding really hard before I switch the channel over to Practical Gaming Center YouTube channel, which you guys subscribe to Practical Gaming Center YouTube channel. In about 2 months, we're going to be switching over there. Awesome, Tryhard. Can't wait to see you. I have a lot of new things I plan on. I have a lot of new things that I plan on adding to the stream major changes that'll give a lot of new opportunities for different types of games. Until then, I'm trying to get my second book published, and I have some coding on my website to catch up on. So I'm just trying to be careful of my time as well. Not much, especially when you're an idiot like me still smoking. Ah, that's fair, Gogs. That's a difficult one. Discord is as good as a phone. Hey, Maria, welcome back. Yeah, I will be excited to get to know you guys more. I just need some time to wrap up some projects before I allow myself to spend time on other things. I want to remind you guys, I do plan on doing this for many, many years. Maria, welcome back. We just announced the new champion. Guys, we're going to go ahead and take a break in about 1 minute, and we're going to continue. I will bring my phone so I can keep talking with you guys. Thrown off there at the end by a couple things. Real quick, while I'm here. Mark Lazansky, welcome to the Hall of Fame. And Tryhard, welcome to the Hall of Fame. Alexander Ortiz Rivera, even though he's not here right now, welcome to the Hall of Champions. You're coming in the Hall of Champions at 59. All right, I'm caught up there. Also, welcome to the Hall of Support at the same time. Sorry, guys. Since we're gonna be gone for a while, I wanted to just update that now because it'll be easier for me. All right, let me go ahead and catch up with you guys. Maria, welcome back. Maria, good to see you back. We're gonna go ahead and take a Riri autocorrected ridiculous. Not surprised. Luke to Duke, I have many ways to break ties. If they're here, I ask a question. Anybody can get a point. Yeah, Lord Ajax, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to keep going. I'm going to answer your question, Luke to Duke. Connor, I hope you're okay. Gogs, I'm glad that you're able to come here and have fun, even with all the things that are negative going on in your life. Luke to Duke, I'm going to answer your question, and then we're going to go on break. It will be a 10-minute break. I'm mentioning I'll still be here watching. Guys, sorry I'm late. Nothing to be sorry about. There's nothing to be sorry about. This is why I like to go all day, because we have different schedules and times. Luke to Duke, there are multiple ways I will break a tie. If one or both people are here, I will answer a question. The first of those two to get the point will break the tie and enter the Hall of Champions. If neither people are here when the tie happens, and it has happened, I consult the divine toilet. Hey, always someone worse off. That doesn't mean you're not going through what you're going through, Gongs? Just because somebody has it worse doesn't mean you don't have your things going on. Sunny Moon, happy birthday. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Connor, I hope you get better at your bike so you don't do that again. I remember being your age, falling off my bike a lot. We're gonna go ahead and take a 10-minute break so I can get a little bit of food in me before we continue, and then we're going to continue to keep playing for fun. The high score is now not eligible to be beaten, and the Hall Champion was already announced. Only one person can enter. What way does your toilet flush? Clockwise, but that's not actually what I'm talking about. The divine toilet is this. This is the divine toilet. And if two people were tied, I would go back and forth saying their name. Person one, person two, person one, person two, person one, person two. When it pops out, they get it. Person one, person two, person one. Person one, the toilet has spoken, would have gotten it. That's how I handle ties if neither player is here. So that is what I call the divine toilet. It comes from a game called Flush. It's actually where I got the inspiration for this on the keyboard. I should keep your name. Hey, Josh the Great, welcome back. Research for geography. I'm pretty sure we go clockwise here. Walked into a smiling poop coming out of a toilet. Mr. Hanky would be a good name. Guys, I'm going to take that 10-minute break now. I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to continue playing for a few more hours for fun. I do need to go on the breaks, so that way I can try to keep the breaks matched to every hour on the hour of the stream. 10 minutes will start now. Actually, yeah, 10 minutes will start now. Now it's going to start. We'll bring a phone on me so I can keep chatting with you guys. Right. Won't find it. Oh, it's right here. I'm going to keep chatting. All right, I'm back. Let me catch up with the last few comments, and we will keep going. Connor, the super chats will come eventually. I have to hit a certain amount of watch hours before they come. And then, unfortunately, when I switch to the next channel, they're going to reset again because I don't have them on the other channel. But then they'll be back. Is chat super enough? Yeah. Family's the most important thing in life, whether blood or not. If they aren't family or act like it, you don't need them, females included. That's true. I actually recently had to cut out my father from my life a few months ago because he was dangerous for my mental health and stuff. So, yeah, family doesn't start or end at blood. Just remember that. I have some of my friends I'm closer with than all of my family combined. My wife is my best pal, but been lucky. That is lucky, Gogs. That really is. It is very lucky. Luke Duke, you're so young that the next few you find might not be the one, and that's okay. Just take a lesson as they come. Just take the lessons from as they come, and so you'll find you've meant to be. It's where you won't go by you. I like that, Gogs. Yeah, and I've had a lot of partners in the past who weren't for me for a long period, but maybe they were for a short period, like my ex-wife, and we had a great relationship the whole time, and I learned so many lessons, became a better person, that I thought our marriage was perfect. Even though I left her, I thought our marriage was perfect because of the beginning, the middle, and the end. All right, Gogs, let's see what you got for the first two tiers. We're going to go ahead and get Gogs' piece, and then we're going to continue on. I'm going to end the break. All right, Gogs, you have the first two tiers, so you're going to be able to pick anything from tier 1 and anything from tier 2. A difficult way for me to... actually, it's super easy. All right, Gogs, so you have anything from tier 1 or tier 2. Thank you so much for donating, and I will be adding your name to the Hall of Support. Tier 1 is generic stuff like animals or characters. You don't see anything. Anything tier 2 is kind of like semi-famous stuff, so like chess pieces, Pokemon. We have... there will only ever be one of anything. The reason there's 2 of each chess piece is because, I mean, the white pieces and the black pieces are famous. Had a hard life early. It makes you into a good person, though. So, yeah, Connor, this is for anybody who donates. Gogs donated during the break, so he gets to have a character. Instead of a token, he gets a character when we play different games. Oh, you're referring to Luke Duke. So we have 3 different Pokemon, which you're probably not interested in. We got a few different chess pieces, and then we have these Monopoly pieces. What do we have? A dinosaur? What is that? A penguin? A duck? Is that the Titanic? That's probably not what that's supposed to be. We have this car. Is this a cat? Oh, yeah, because Luke Duke's the dog. So we have a cat. We have a hat. You also don't need to pick a piece if you don't want to. And then we have all these pieces. We do have the pawns in there. It's a battleship, not the Titanic. Thanks. No females for 1 year, never mind. Gogs, what piece would you like to represent you in this game show for donating? You get to pick from either here or here, Gogs. You pick the White Knight. If you pick a piece, you will never see that piece again on here unless somebody donates again and trades their piece back into the bin. So there will only ever be one person per character. You will never see, for example, this Pokemon twice. Rob will be the only Elmo. I try to add stuff every week, although I'm trying not to spend too much money on toys. So I'm going around the thrift stores, getting a couple lots on eBay and stuff like that. Cat. There is a Monopoly cat. I don't know if you like cats, but there is a Monopoly cat. Ooh, I can't get it to focus. Oh, there we go. This is the Monopoly cat. You also don't have to pick now, and I can just save it, and you can pick another time when I have more pieces. You do not have to pick now. I just let everybody who... and this will be your piece every single time you've... I've been compared to a lot, but never a cat. Gogs, if you don't want to pick a piece, I can always save it and you can pick another time. I do write down everybody's leftover donations to go towards their next piece pick, because once you guys pick a piece, it'll be your piece every single time we play, unless you donate again and pick a new piece. All right, Gogs, so we can keep going. Let me know if you want to pick a piece. I don't know if you just donated just to donate, which I appreciate either way. If you want to pick a piece, let me know. I do not have the Cookie Monster yet. Hardcore on Gorilla Tag. Gorilla Tag looks super fun. Gogs, if you want to pick a piece to represent you, you are in the first 2 tiers. Otherwise, I'll just keep you at the token for whichever one. I do write down the leftover donations that aren't used when you guys donate, they carry over. So for example, if you donate $10 and you pick, I agree, God's blood means nothing. If you donate $10 and you pick a $5 piece, that other $5 I will have written down for you to be able to choose a character in the future or donate a character to somebody else. Gogs, let me add you to the Hall of Support. Thank you so much. Now we're going to go ahead and give me your youth. Ha 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 ha. You have to come with the trauma. Dang, you really want that blue dog. Oh, the blue dog. This is from a show. I don't remember which show, but Gogs, I'm just going to write down that you have $5 that you can use anytime to pick a piece. You can wait till I have better pieces. But once you pick your piece, you have to donate again to change it out. Gogs, thank you for joining the Hall of Support. I do appreciate your support for my dreams. I appreciate all of you guys just for showing up and playing, too. That is also the best way to support, too, is just to come play and hang out. I made a $1 piece. The one, all right, guys, we're going to blood means nothing in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I grew up very alone and without family. I didn't meet my dad till I was 14, so family doesn't mean to me what it means to other people. I was told my entire life that my mom left when she found out she was pregnant because he was a horrible person, and then I found out at 23 he knew he's the one. I found out at 23 that he actually knew and left intentionally. That was quite the shock. And I recently had to cut him out about 6 months ago. I take the monkey. Is there a monkey? Bro, I don't think there is a... Oh, here we go. Are you talking about this monkey? Are you talking about the finger monkey, Gogs? I think this is the only monkey in here. That's a funny choice for the monkey, because there can only be one monkey. I'll take Titanic. Do you want the finger puppet monkey, or do you change your mind? You want the Titanic? All right. All right, Gogs. You are now the Titanic, or Battle Destroyer. I really want that blue dog. Connor, it'll be there until somebody snatches it up. It's just a fun way for me to be able to support the channel. All right, Gogs, you chose the Titanic. I don't know if I should say Titanic. Somebody can donate and give Connor the dog. I do have to buy the toys, and it's one of the few ways instead. Okay, I can do that. All right, Gogs. Hey, Connor, Gogs chose to, instead of take the Titanic, not a Titanic. I really need to stop saying that. Gogs chose, instead of taking the Titanic, or just that he is going to donate the blue dog to you. Gogs, I appreciate that. Connor is an OG. He's a kid. He's been coming here for a long time. Thank you, Gogs. That's really cool. Yes, Connor will have the blue dog. I will give a point to anybody who can name this blue dog. It is from a show, and I cannot for the life of me remember the show. We're going to start it back off with this. Gogs, they were a very kind man, and I appreciate that, and Connor appreciates that. Connor, this is now going to be your character every time that we play a board game or whatever. If anybody can, this is final. Thank you so much, Gogs. I appreciate your support, and I'm sure Connor appreciates. Connor, it is not Blue's Clues. Is it really Blue's Clues? Just for fun fishing, welcome back. It's not Blue's Clues. It's like a Robo-Dog or something. Is it Blue's Clues? No, it's not. Hey, guys, first person to tell me what this is will get a point on the scoreboard. Just for fun fishing, we're playing bonus right now for a few more hours. Welcome back. Paw Patrol. Guys, I don't think... Robo Blue Dog. Character on wheels. Is it called Robo Dog? The first person to tell me, Ryder's Robo Dog. I think Robo Dog is correct. I think. I really don't know. It looks like Robo Dog is Ryder's robotic dog. That's what this is. Gogs, thank you so much for donating that piece for Connor. Connor's been... Yeah, Connor, Gogs got donated, and he got to pick a piece, and he's picking this piece for you instead of picking a piece for himself, Connor. So Gogs got this piece for you. So, Connor, every time you play, you are going to be the blue dog. Perfect. It's Blue from Blue's Clues. Guys, I do not think I think it's Robo Dog, Ryder's robotic dog. It's got wheels. So, Connor, oh my God, thank you so much. You can thank Gogs. That is Gogs that did that. Thank you, Gogs, for supporting the channel and helping a kid get a character. Super nice of you. That's all right. Robo Dog. Connor, every time you play, this dog will be yours. I'm starting to cry for real. Awesome, Connor. Well, I love this community, guys. I love this community. Remember, we keep it family friendly because kids like to play. Connor is a kid, and he likes to come and hang out and play. So he's people like him who have been coming here for a very long time and hanging out. Kids like him, they come in here, they have fun. And they stay and they're respectful, and so that's why I keep it family friendly, because there's other people who bring in their kids as well. So that's why we have a very good environment. Very heartwarming that Gogs bought it or donated the piece to Connor. Connor, you're number 111 on the Hall of Fame, but I know you've been coming in a little bit longer than that. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get back to it. Thank you so much again. Do you take do I take e-transfer or just Cash App and PayPal? I don't know if it's the best idea for me to take an e-transfer, because I don't think it's a good idea for me to have my bank numbers out there anywhere. So I'm probably going to skip on the e-transfer, just for security. And just for fun fishing, Mom, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and keep playing. If you win the lottery, kind of remember me. Welcome back, Javier. This is hilarious. You never know. That's true. That's true. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and continue on. Connor, you are now the blue dog. I'll leave your blue dog out here. And just for fun fishing, Mom, welcome back. We finished the first 2 hours. Now we're going to keep going for fun bonus. In case you guys are here to stay and play, I'll get your pieces out. We are playing King of the Hill right now. So it's the normal format where we're playing Blurt and a couple other card games, and you get a point on the scoreboard. Whoever the most recent player to get a point is the current King of the Hill. I have a random timer. And when it goes off, whoever's the previous King of the Hill will get a bonus point. I'm going to go ahead and resume it. It goes off every 5 to 10 minutes. I'm resuming it from before the break. If I verbally said you got the point, you're the current king, even if I haven't switched the pieces yet or written the point yet. Every 5 to 10 minutes, it will go off. It's just a bonus point. You never know is true. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and continue. We're going to move on to, and it just went off. Who is number 13? It's continuing. That is Gogs. Karma for Gogs for being a good person. Gogs, you were the last King of the Hill, or the current king, so you're getting the bonus point. Goes off randomly between 5 and 10 minutes, but I actually cannot see the timer, just so I keep it fair. Be back in a few minutes. Awesome, Javier. So we're going to go ahead and keep playing. Elmo on the hill. Elmo's been on the hill a few times. Welcome back, Robert. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a soft yellow precious metal that is used especially to make jewelry and coins. The second definition. Oh, yes. Let me give you the point for that. Someone whose work is cutting hair and shaving beards. Forgot to give the point for Robo-Dog. Ooh, and fair is fair. I did say the first person to identify the dog would get a point. Gogs, that means that Robert was actually supposed to be the King of the Hill at that time. I do apologize. I have to take your point away because Robert was supposed to be there. Robert, I give you your point for Robodog, and you got the point for you were supposed to be the King of the Hill. Fair is fair, guys. Boo, I'm sorry. All right. Sorry, fair is fair. Fair, fun, friendly. All right, we have gold is correct. Point for Lord Ajax. Gogs close second. Guys, I do appreciate all the support you guys give me. However, I have stated before that I really appreciate everybody on the Hall of the support, but that does not mean that I will treat you differently when it comes to the fairness of the game, because as a game designer, fairness is very important to me. And just because you don't, it doesn't mean you still can't be banned. So just don't, because I've had some people come in here, stay for a while. I've had to kick out a few subscribers for coming in, making people very uncomfortable. And so fair, fun, and family friendly. All right, who said Barber first? That'd be Gogs. That is a point for you, Gogs. You are number 13. All right, you're the current king. Fastest fingers first. FFF. Fastest fingers first. Wait, you design games? Yes, Connor, I'm a game designer and an author. That's what I'm trying to do for the rest of my life. How many Fs can we add? Fair, fun, family, friendly, fastest fingers first, or get the F out of here. Get the flush out of here. I probably shouldn't say that. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the... Funny enough, it's Fs we keep it out. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. A rod or bar that forms a step on a ladder. The second definition. A sharp, painful contraction of a muscle. Rung is correct. Point for Lord Ajax. Cramp is correct. Another point for Lord Ajax. Just for fun fishing, you're a close second. Just for fun fishing, Mom. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, gotta. When people come in inappropriate right off the bat, they just gotta, random person who's in for the first time is being inappropriate. So, moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, the color of most plant leaves and growing grass. The second definition, the part of a plant that produces seeds. Typically, when I flush somebody, I will never be able to repeat what they said. Or Javier when you need them. I mean, I catch all the comments, and there's a lot of times he doesn't want to flush people because he wants to see what I'm going to do. That would have been an obvious one, though. All right, we have green is correct. That is a point for Lord Ajax. Connor, you were a close second. And it is not fruit. It is, did anyone say? Oh, nobody said it yet. The part of a plant that produces seeds. I guess fruit's not the word that's on here. And I'm wondering if it's wrong because I thought it was fruit. Flower is correct. I guess the fruit would maybe come from the flower. I don't know everything about this world and this universe. That's a point for Lord Ajax. Hey, Sean, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting part of the flower. Yes, flower first, then fruit. Okay, that's right. Okay, cool. Oh, that's not an appropriate message. People can come in with being weird, but as long as they can be appropriate, eventually they can stay and play. All right, moving on to another round of blurt. Whoopsie-dook, I really shouldn't be saying get the flush out of here. I really shouldn't be because we know what it's insinuating. So I'm actually going to stop saying that. I need to remember to stop saying that. Moving on to another round blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a bar or rod for holding up a vehicle with 2 wheels, such as a bicycle when parked or not being used. The second definition, a circle made of leaves, branches, or flowers that are tied or twisted together. Yeah, get flushed out of here. Kickstand is correct. That is a point for Just for Fun Fishing. Just for Fun Fishing, welcome back and welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. Just for Fun Fishing, number 14 on the scoreboard. However, that doesn't matter to you. Since you have a game piece, you are Flounder. You are this little fish. You're the current king of the hill. And let me see. I have to not lose this piece of paper or I'd be in trouble, so I'm going to put that back. Did anybody get the second one? It's not a reef, but it does rhyme with reef. A circle made of leaves, branches, or flowers that are tied or twisted together. Welcome back, Josh the Great. Guys, it's a circle made of leaves, branches, or flowers that are tied or twisted together. Reef. Reef, reef. Oh, I guess it kind of rhymes. It's a close rhyme. I'm going to go back and make sure nobody said reef. And just so you guys are wondering how it's spelled, I put it in the chat, W-R-E-A-T-H, because we like to learn here. Get flushed out of here, not the other. I like that. Is Jeff Mom a Hall of Champion? Yes. I believe so. I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain. Yes, number 47 in the Hall of Champions. All right, Josh the Great. You said Reef first. You're staying as Josh the Great. I'm not adding you for every other Fun fact, Josh the Great is like 1% of my subscribers, or how many accounts Josh has. That's funny. Knew it sounded something like that. Ah, you were close. I said reef. No, I never ignore me. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it was not reef. It was wreath. Super close words, but reef is not. Yes, I won once, and I wasn't even on when I won. Yes, that's because I don't delete the scores unless I ban somebody. I don't delete the scores until the end of the stream for that exact reason. So you don't have to be here at the end just to win. We've had, because it's not fair. 2-hour commitment. All right, Lord Ajax, we'll be here. 2-hour commitment is unfair to just get in the Hall of Champions because some people have to step away. We still have lives. Some people have kids, jobs, So as long as you get the most points and you're not on the Hall of Champions before the 2 hours is up, then you enter. So we've had that happen about a few times. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Uh-oh, who's the current champion? That is, we're playing King of the Hill right now. I'm sorry, current king. King of the Hill is the most recent person to earn a point. It's about verbal, though. It's not who's on here, it's who I verbally said. And I believe, Josh, you actually were the King of the Hill. I just didn't move it yet. The rule for the King of the Hill is the last person I verbally said got the point. Whether I wrote the point yet or changed the character is the king. And when the timer goes off, who I verbally said last will get the extra point. So, Josh, you got the extra point. Goes off every 5 to 10 minutes. We need to make more of the champion scores. Yes. Gotta go. Thanks again, Gogs. From Connor. All right, moving on to another one. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Keep your talk for luck till you're back. Just kidding. That is a weird dream, Josh. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition. One of the hard, bony parts in the mouth used to chew and bite. The second definition. Someone who loves something and follows it closely. All right, Luke the Duke. Be here. Teeth is close enough. It's tooth, but I'll give it to teeth. Who's the first person to say teeth? That'd be just for fun fishing. Oh, these markers. Get these other ones out of here. Say love. It's followers close. It starts with an F, small word. Someone who loves something and follows it closely, used commonly with sports teams and stuff. Does start with an F, very small word. Fan is correct. Point for just for fun fishing. Mom. So now double check that you're the first one. Yes, just for fun fishing. Mom, you got it. You're the current king of the hill. Let me add you to the scoreboard. Welcome back and welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. You're number 15 on the scoreboard, but that doesn't matter because you have your own game piece. She's Tweety. Yes, she is a little Tweety bird. Yes, just for fun fishing is flounder. Fits very well. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. 2 points can be added out to the players. The first definition, a long piece of hard material that is used to hold a broken bone in place or support something delicate. The second definition, a word or group of words believed to have magic powers. It is not cast. Spell is correct for the second one. That's a point for Luke to Duke. I will repeat the first one if I don't see anyone have it. Sling is kind of close. A long piece of hard material that is used to hold a broken bone in place or support something delicate. Splint is the correct answer. Let me make sure. Let me double check and see who got it first. That would be Robert. That was a tricky one. because there's a lot of different instruments for Stooky, we call it in the UK. Is that like a slang word? Stooky is a plaster cast. So I just looked up what a Stooky is, and it's actually still not what a splint is. A Stooky is a cast, but a splint is not a cast. For example, I've broken a finger before, and what a splint is, it's just like it's pretty much like a board or something, a small little like stick that they tape around your finger if it was a finger splint. A splint and a cast, similar, the splint goes inside. Oh, for us, the splint goes on the out. There's multiple types of splint, but a Stooky is still not actually what I'm talking about for a splint. I wonder if I can show you guys what a splint is. That is going to be kind of difficult. I'm going to show you what a splint is. It is not a Stooky. I'm actually here. This is what a splint is, and it is not a cast or a Stooky. Well, I can't guarantee that, but yeah, that's what a splint is, or one of the types of splints. Sorry, guys, I'm not a medical professional, so I could definitely be wrong. But I've had one on a broken finger before, and I've also had a cast. That's the only reason I know that they're broken a lot of bones before. Moving on, the exposure was a bit bright. All right, you can Google it. Yeah. All right, we're gonna. Sorry, I do like education. Anyways, all right, we're just gonna move on. I'm gonna keep that final. 3 a.m. Oh yeah, Gogs is also pretty sick right now, so looks like a shoehorn. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out. Just getting half hour of stress in here. Good for your mind. Getting some stress taken off here. Good. Get that mental stimulation. The first definition. A covering of hard material worn especially by workers, soldiers, and football players as a protection for the head. Speaking of football, Josh the Great said he played football and hasn't broken a bone. That's good. Second definition. A hollow area or opening in the earth or in the side of a hill or mountain. Helmet is correct. Point for just for fun fishing. Current king. And cave is correct. Guys, if I say cave is, or if I say the answer is correct, and the timer goes off, but I haven't said who got the point yet, they're not the king. First person on my screen to say cave. Josh the Great. Got it. Now he would be the king, even if I haven't written the point or changed it. Those are just the... All right, Josh, you are number 5. I'm gonna move these tokens back on. A little bit easier for me. Oops. If this is a little bit more organized. All right, moving back on to another round of blurt, where we the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, a thick, spicy red sauce made with tomatoes. The second definition, a section at the end of a book that gives additional information, such as charts, tables, and lists. Ketchup is correct as the point for just for fun fishing. It is not an index. It is not a table of contents. A section at the end of a book that gives additional information such as charts, tables, and lists. You probably don't see it very common. It starts with an A. It is not a glossary. A table of contents is normally at the front to tell you what sections are at what pages. An index is typically Kind of the same thing with the table of contents. Very similar to find specific parts as well, but a little bit detailed differently. Glossary is a dictionary of the words. Appendix is correct. What is an index? I should know. There's an index in this book. An alphabetical list of names, subjects, etc., with references to the places where they occur, typically found at the end of the book. It's not always alphabetized now that I think about it. It's welcome, Baronator. Appendix is correct. Yeah, because like this book has a table of contents telling you where everything is in the front, organized by difficulty and space and stuff, and number of decks, where the index is used differently for different way to organize the book and go through it. Robert, you got it. Oh, and Robert, since you were the king, you got the bonus point, Baronator. Did you say, hey, Richard? Did Richard pop in at the same time? I don't think Richard's in here. I haven't seen Richard all day. Don't we have an appendix? I think it's spelled slightly different. I think it's appendix. And then appendex. No, it's spelled the same. Yeah, we do. Yep, they are spelled the same. Yes, we have an appendix. A lot of people on the scoreboard tonight. A lot of people in the stream right now. Welcome back, Baronator. We're playing King of the Hill right now. Robert was the previous king. Baronator, Miss Baronator was like the first person in the stream earlier. Super cool. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Crazy day today. Uh-oh. Look at Javier's points. Javier's got a lot. The first definition. A man who works in a restaurant serving food and drink to people. Welcome back, Luke to Duke. The second definition. A piece of equipment that is used for climbing and has 2 side pieces connected by evenly spaced rungs. Waiters, correct. Point for Luke to Duke. And ladders, correct. That is a point for Josh the Great. Moving on to another round of Alert, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. We have a small, round, reddish beetle with black spots that eats and destroys insects that are harmful to plants. The second definition, a long, stiff feather. Baronator, there are just some people out there who are like that. Baronator, you got Ladybug. Welcome to the scoreboard, Baronator. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. Baronator, you're number 16 on the scoreboard. Not 14 if I accidentally said that. But that doesn't matter to you because you have your own piece. You are the current king. However, I'm about to give the second point out. Baronator is the orange halo guy. She said just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. That is a person you should avoid in life. Quill is correct. That is a point for Josh. I used to think stuff like that. I used to say stuff like that when I was a teenager, and then I just grew up. And like sometimes it's still funny, but then like I don't know, loyalty is such a hard thing to come about in this world that I don't know. This just growing up sucks. You should turn and run away. I agree. Wi-Fi out relying on my dodgy connection. I hate when people have dodgy connections. It sucks because I like people to come here and have fun. It's a tough life when you're a handsome man on this earth. I love that just for fun. Luke Duke, that's rough. You dodged a bullet, though. Trust me, you dodged a bullet. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Going on break while she was there? That's a good call. The first definition, the daughter of a king or queen. The second definition, a small shallow pond of liquid. Princess is correct. Point for Gogs. Puddle is correct. That is a point for Just for Fun Fishing. Oh snap, already at 5. Some markers. I need to figure out a way to dry all of the whatever chemicals in these markers off the board. I need to figure out a way to wipe them off because it's ruining my markers from writing on them so much. Process. Luke Duke, I'm not going to be doing Guess the Balloon today. About 40 seconds before I started today's stream, I was setting up the balloons. I was getting the box out, and I ripped the box, and there's about 400 balloons in there. And the box is perfectly in a position right now to where I can tape it back up. However, if I try to grab balloons out of there, I'm going to make a very big mess that I don't want to recover from. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to skip it today. Like I'm supposed to know barrier. That's funny. A rebranded carnival. Yikes. Yeah, fairs are kind of very similar. Fairs are kind of fun, though. Moving on to another round of blurt. They can be very unique when the town gets a lot of say in how they are. Like, especially, I don't know. Fairs can be unique to the region more so than a carnival can. So it's pretty cool. Moving on to another round of blurt. Where the dictionary definition for 2 words. First person to tell me the correct word will get a point. Up to 2 points can be in and out. The first definition. A hard lump of gold before it is refined. The second definition, a large dog with drooping ears, a wrinkled face, and a keen sense of smell. Nugget is correct. That is a point for Gogs. Bloodhound is correct. Is hound short for bloodhound? I'm not a good dog guy. I don't know. Give me a second. Let me Google it. No, the word hound is not short for bloodhound. But the bloodhound is a type of hound. But, so it is not correct. All right, that means Baronator. You got the point. Oh, wait, that's Ronnie. This is you, Baronator. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition. There's also a greyhound. Yep, there's the bus and the dog. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Baronator, you're the current king, which means you get the point, the bonus point. We're going to go ahead and we're going to play 2 more rounds of blurt. We're going to go on a quick 5-minute break, and then we come back. We'll probably do a card of Tribond, and then we're going to move on to some Family Feud, because I love Family Feud. It makes it very fun with King of the Hill as well. Iron Mike stopped in. Don't summon him, please. We're going to do 2 more rounds, 1 card of blurt, 2 more rounds, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Hey, the first definition, a colorful show put on by clowns, acrobats, and trained animals. The second definition, a building for religious worship. Circus is correct. That was a point for Luke. Church is correct. That is a point for Luke Duke as well. 1 more round of blurt. Quick 5-minute break. Pick a duck. Your name should be Duckinator. He is actually the Halo guy. It's funny. Circus de Soleil is the only circus I know. I've been to Ringley Brothers a long time ago. Moving on to the next round of Blurt. Where read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for you. The definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, a band or chain worn around the wrist as an ornament. The second definition, one of the pointed ends of a fork or other tool. Barinator is a cool name. Don't change it. Barinator, I'll give it to you for Bradley. It's close enough to bracelet. I can justify the autocorrect there. Nobody has it yet. One of the pointed ends of a fork or other tool. You might change the image one day. You're not going to change it. Good. I definitely keep Barinator. It's cool. Prong is correct. Luke to Duke, I would have given it to you to Tong, but Tong is its own thing. And so I'm leaning on typos, but if you're typo, but those are 2 different things. Barinator, you got it. Your job is a circus, though. It's funny. Oh, don't change. It just confuses me. He's not going to change his name. Maybe the picture. Barinator, you are the barinating duck here. What is a tine? One of the pointed ends of a fork or other tool. Oh, probably the same thing. Hold on. English is weird. I'm reading a dictionary right now, and so I'm learning a lot about the English language. And sometimes there are multiple words that mean the same thing, because if they originated around different parts of the world at the same time, then they're both put in the English language. Tine is a prong or sharp point, such as that on a fork or antler. A prong is a projecting part on various other devices. Do forks have tines or prongs? The pointed ends of a fork are called tines or prongs. All right. I'm going to go back and give it to the first person that's a tricky one. I'm going to go ahead and give it to the first person who said tine or prong, because fair is fair and the English language is weird. So, Barinator, I'm going to have to, rightfully so, to be fair, give the English is weird. I'm going to give it to Robert. Thank you guys for understanding. Robert, good one. English language is weird. I'm learning a lot about linguistics just because I'm expanding Blurt for you guys, which has been taking me a lot of hours so far. But I know how much you guys love it. Robert, you're the current champion. Gotta put Barinator back to 4 points. Robert, you're at 15. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the timer since we're gonna go on our 5-minute break. So the timer will be continued once I start the next round. Hey, Javier, welcome back. We're actually going to be going on a 5-minute break now. Your profile picture makes me laugh because Barinator sounds intimidating. And you see a rubber duck. I know, I love it. Barinator, you should just keep the rubber duck. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and go on a 5-minute break. At the sound of the gong, the 5-minute break has begun. At the sound of the air horn, it's gone, or done. We'll be back in exactly 5 minutes. I plan on going for at least a couple more hours tonight, as long as there's at least 2-3 people playing. And I'm not tired, then I usually keep going. If there's only ever one person, I'd like to keep going, but then it's kind of weird with the scoreboard and stuff. So 2 is the minimum I need to keep going. I'll have you guys know. 2 is the minimum. And I'm having a lot of fun right now. So the 5-minute break is going to start now. Also, there's other times I'll just hang out and chat as well with just the one person. I'm okay with that too. 5 minutes starts now. I will be back.
it's Shannon. I host the games and keep score, while you play them by commenting. If you would like to support the channel and enter the Hall of Supporters, my Cash App is Shannon1742. My PayPal and Venmo are mindfuldiscovery@yahoo.com. These should be pinned in the comments. If you are interested in any of the games played on this show or the props used, I have affiliate links in the description. I earn a commission for each product bought at no extra cost to you. Another way you could show support is by purchasing my book, Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games. This is a book on learning the rules for 52 solitaire-type card games with various levels of difficulties, chance, and skill. I wrote detailed instructions for new and experienced players to be able to learn these games, along with setup pictures for examples. Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games is available on Amazon as a paperback book and on the Kindle store. It is also enrolled in the Kindle Unlimited program. We have a minute left in the break. Who will enter the Hall of Champions tonight? The 3 key principles for this game show.
We still have 30 seconds. I'll go ahead and explain.
We want to have fun, and we want to be friendly. I personally want to thank
that because it's a lot of typing.
For helping develop.
Shut up, Shannon. Oh, students, it up. All right, so typically, I've learned this from traveling. The further you are away from your hometown, the more general it is that you say. I've learned this from traveling as well. So, for example, if I run into our hometown's in the suburbs of Chicago, it's pretty close to Chicago. If I run into somebody at a park a block away from my house, I might tell them what street I'm in. If I run into somebody a few hours from my house, I might tell them what town I'm in. If I run into somebody a few states away from my house, I'll probably tell them the city that I'm nearest or the state. And I've lived out of the country a few times, and then I normally just tell them the country. I've typically found that that's the best way to generalize, and if somebody wants specifics, then I normally go into it. Have a good night, Luke the Duke. Live gym, awesome. I'm no expert on stage, unfortunately. My past would stop me from entering, but I'd love to come over. See, exactly, and that's why it's just the more broad you're talking with people, especially from people all over the country. Normally, yeah, it's a tricky one. We are technically in Chicagoland. Our suburb is in Chicagoland. Javier lives in Chicago right now. So he moved there like almost a year ago. Actually, he's actually in the city. Block is Chirac, yeah. I think we do it because we don't assume that they know our area. Correct, David. I would agree with that. I would agree. It's cool though, okay? Because when I'm traveling and I tell somebody I'm from Chicago, if they're like, "Oh, I'm also from Chicago," then we'll get into the more specifics. I remember when I was hiking the Appalachian Trail, I ran into somebody. I asked where they're from. They said Chicago, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Chicago too." They're like, "No way, what part?" I told them my specific town, and then immediately he was like, "I'm from that town too. What high school did you go to?" And it turns out we went to the same high school, just several years apart. I think he might have been his. I think he was either a senior when I was a freshman or graduated the year before. So once you start narrowing it down, but if I said Chicago and he's from St. Louis, we would have, or a different city, we would have kept it there. So yeah, it's weird about that. Yeah, then you can break it down. Yep. Then you can break it down. Once you guys get closer, then you can break it down. Yeah. Because I've tried, when I was first started traveling, I would say my actual town. People would be like, "Where's that?" And I would just say Chicago. They'd be like, "Oh, okay." So it's just an easier way to flow with the conversations. James and David, welcome back. But yeah, Chicago is as dangerous as they say. Is that where Takashi got run out? He might have. I'm not really too much big into pop culture. The bangers around here used to be so much worse. That's fair. There's definitely a lot of different groups of. There's definitely a lot of different gangs in the Chicago area, and just in all the cities, and all the major cities, at least in general, in the United States, there's a lot of gang activity. All right, guys, we're gonna continue on. I love to talk. A lot of us love to talk, and about all of us love to play games. Oops. All right. Oh, I didn't ever took the brake sign down. Did I turn it off? No. Definitely the burbs. Eventually, we might have to specify that we are from planet Earth. Probably not in our lifetime, because that would assume that you're traveling to other planets, and I don't think that will be there in our lifetime, but I would agree, Robert. Weird thing, they would call it something else. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Chicago. I've had a lot of problems there. I've lived there for twice in my life, once as an adult, once as a kid, and it's definitely, I've seen the police with the fencing. They just close that area off and let them get on with it. I got into a fight in Chicago when I was 19 years old. When I first started backpacking the country, I started in Chicago. I got into a fight with another homeless guy. I was a vagabond. I was journaling what it's like to live on the streets of America through backpacking around the country for 6 months. And I got into a fight. At the end of the fight, I looked over and I saw that a cop was there staring at us. And after the fight, he just drove away. It's definitely not the burbs out there. They have much better things to do. So police try to ignore everything in Chicago. Oh yeah, you don't have to stop at red lights in Chicago. You can blaze past a red light if you're not going too fast. Yeah, guys, it's Chicago can be very rough. It can also be a good place to do a lot of stuff, but it can also be very rough. It depends on the part. It also depends on the part of Chicago that you're in. definitely depends on the park. That's for sure, too. Anyway, we're going to be moving back on to Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. Hey, Two-Tone. Welcome to a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Chicagoland. Moving on to the game. The town you run the stop sign. It's funny. Moving on to back to the game, guys. We're going to go ahead and move back on to the game. We're going to go ahead and continue the timer for I'm going to go ahead and continue the timer for King of the Hill. This is a live game show I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Moving back on to Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Then we're going to move on to Tri-Bond and Family Feud. The first definition: water that falls from the clouds to the earth and drops. Yeah, it just depends, man. Parts are decent. The timing depends. It just depends. There's a lot of factors. There's just a lot of factors. To steer or operate a car or other vehicle. I forgot to say the second one. Sorry, guys. Rain is correct. That's the point for James M. James, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. James, number 17 on the scoreboard. Oh, James. Since I verbally said the points out loud, this is a visual representation, but the verbal is the strict rule. You were the champion. I gave you the point, and then it went off, even though I didn't switch the character yet. You're number 17 on the scoreboard, so you get the red 17 chips since you're former champion. And the timer went off, meaning you were the King of the Hill. Currently playing King of the Hill, which whoever I most recently verbally said was got the point is the current king. So you got the bonus point for the timer going off. Goes off of every 5 to 10 minutes. Is this money-winning game? Not now. Not anytime soon, Tone. I hope to one day offer prizes, but not yet. We're still building it up. So, and the second definition, drive, was the correct answer. There's a point for Javier. You are now the new king. I hope to one day eventually offer prizes. However, that is not my financial situation right now. There's also some legalities I have to go through as well. But one day. Win Pride. Yeah, you win Pride. For example, first 2 hours of these game shows, somebody can enter the Hall of Champions almost every stream. Former champions are people who got the most points on the scoreboard who are not already in the Hall of Champions. We have the Hall of Fame. That's anybody who's ever earned 1 point. Currently 186 people. The Hall of Champions are who won the first 2 hours in the stream, was 59 people. Hall of Support is everybody who has donated. I run a community center, always doing giveaways. That's awesome. Bragging rights. I could help with prizes. Oh, there's still legality I have to go through because there are minors who play. We have all ages and people across the world, so I definitely don't have the shipping money to send stuff across the world. But then we also have minors to play, so there's some legality that I have to go through. And once I can financially justify prizes, I will be giving them out. And a good time. Yeah, you come here, you play games with other people. We're building a fun community. You have a good time and you learn as well. Would be sensible stuff. That's fair. I might be giving out some of my digital games as well for prizes. No, the piece wasn't on. Not the rules, Gogs. Moving on to another round of Blurt. I just went back. Good company, great people. 3 key components of this game show where we want to be fair, we want to have fun, we want to keep it family friendly. Because there are people who come in here and bring their family, and so we want to be appropriate for all ages. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a long, thin pole with a flat blade at one end, used in pairs to row boats. The second definition: a small round cake made of sweetened dough fried in deep fat. I agree, James. This is a great group. Or is correct. The first person on my screen to say it would be... Oops. Robert. Robert's character is Elmo. I better make that a little bit thicker. All right. And Donut is correct. The first person on my screen to say Donut. Gogs. All right, moving on to another round. Actually, we're going to move on to Tribond, and I don't think that any of the younger crowd and non-American getting donut. What? A non-American did. Oh, do you guys not have donuts in Scotland? Donuts are. You guys, was donuts only in America? Tribon. Yes, we're moving on to Tribon. Fish and chips. Guys, because the younger crowd is, of course, but defo American favorite. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Fun fact, if you do ever visit America, you can get out of any traffic stop by bringing a bag of donuts in your passenger seat. By having a bag of donuts, you can avoid any ticket. That's a joke, by the way, and that is not a fact. It's just a joke for the U.S. Citizens. Cops like that joke too sometimes. Don't try that. You will still get your death. Not true. Yeah, that's not a fact. That was just a joke. Yeah, they prefer icing on the donuts. I'll tell them you said that when I got pulled over. Some will take the donut, but you'll probably still get the ticket. I was a cop for 12 years. Nice. I wanted to be a cop, but my past would not let me. And that's okay. I wanted to be a police officer and then move into the FBI. I was going to do it. Yeah, I wanted to go in the military, then be military police, and then move into the FBI, but my past prevented me from doing that. So I make games and author for a living, but that's okay. Yeah, they prefer icing. I was a cop for 12 years. Would you have let Shannon go if he gave you donuts? Oh, that's fun. Yes, sir. James, thanks. That's great. Oh, my God. He said the U.S., though. Shannon says that it's cool. Oh, my God. Only if Maple. I'm going to have to write that down real quick. Maybe it is sound advice. Unbreakable, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. In this community, we like to keep it fun, be fair, and family friendly. Your comment was inappropriate, so I removed it. However, it wasn't so inappropriate that you got banned. So if you'd like to stay and have fun, you're more than welcome to. Finest board game instructor. Thank you. Thank you for your service, James. I agree, just for fun fishing. Good attitude goes a long way with cops. That's very true. But you know what? A lot of people don't understand that. The current champion is Gogs. Gogs, you're getting the bonus point. Unbreakable. Dang nabbit, my bad. That's okay. You didn't have too inappropriate of a comment, so that's why I just deleted it. You're still welcome to stay and play. Gogs, you got the bonus point. You know, another thing, a good attitude, not just for police officers, but for everything. If you're, say, at a retail store and you need a return, the managers have more power than you think. So if you're going in there rude and they have the ability to deny it, they could. If you're going in there rude and it's their policy to where they would have to deny the return, they can still pull some strings and return it if you are polite. So it's not just police, it's just be a good person and have good manners in every area of life, not just with the police, but every single area, and I promise you will get further. You will. Well, it won't mean it'll help you every time, but it will help you most of the times. So, same respect you give anything else, nothing special. I agree. You should just be respectful in all. Cops in UK are tied. They're not allowed to do anything wrong or hauled up. That's probably good. Moving on to a Tribon. That's true in most cases, just in life generally. I agree. Cops in USA are a hassle compared with. It just depends, Gogs. It's just, here's the thing. There are really good police officers out there. There's good and bad apples in every single career. The problem is you're going to see the bad videos of police officers, of managers, of people freaking out at their job with retail, of fast food. You're going to see the bad ones of every single employment because that's what people want to see. It's like the news. You see the bad stuff more often than you see the good stuff. So it doesn't matter the profession. There's good and bad people in every single profession. old lady. That's also true when cops have guns, civilians have guns. It's a very different scenario here than in Scotland. Anyway, we're going to move on. Hey, Die Lucky, welcome back. Javier is still on top. Anyway, we're going to move on. But anyway, this advice should carry over for every scenario you are in life. People are always going to complain before complimenting. Fun fact, you can just understand with reviews. Somebody is more likely to leave a review on a product if they had a bad experience than a good experience. Same with posting a video on the internet. So, out of every 100 people who like a product, 1 to 3% of them will leave a good review. But if somebody has a bad experience, they are so many times more likely to leave a bad review. So anyway, moving on to another round of Tribon because the timer is going. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Wardrobe, threads, rags. Yeah, no beating this guy, Rip. He holds the high score on the stream. Terms for clothing is correct. I'm going to go ahead and give it to clothes. Gogs, you got it. Just for fun fishing, you're close second. All right, guys. We have been talking a lot, and I do love the conversation. But we're going to keep playing for the fun of the game. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the score. I didn't even give Gogs the point. Oops. Sorry, Gogs. Moving on to Tribon. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have snow, moth, volley. Snow blank, moth blank, volley blank. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point. Ball is correct. Point for Javier. Close second for Robert. Erica, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Javier, you got the point. Moving on to another round. Tribon, the first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. The answer must be on the cards or very similar to the cards. We have hash marks, sideline, goalpost. Welcome, Erica. We do try to stream 6 days a week, sometimes multiple times a day or a really long stream. 3 key components of this show is we want to keep it fair, fun, and family friendly. The answer is football, not soccer. Parts of a football field. Oh, I hate whenever soccer and football is an answer because we have people from all over the world, and so I have to remember. I don't know. Are there hash marks sideline the goalpost in soccer? Oh, there is. Give me a second. But they're not. Are there? I don't think there's hash marks though on a soccer field. Sometimes these answers are wrong. Soccer fields can have hash marks. Okay, you know what? I'll give it to the first one who said football or soccer. Just to be fair is fair. And I did not make the game. That means that I did not vet it and mistakes are made. All right, just for fun fishing, you got soccer. Oh, just for fun fishing, you were the champion when it went off. So you're going to get 1 point for soccer and a bonus point for being the king. Not champion, my apologies. King. You were the king of the hill when it went off. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have a turtle, a nut, an egg. A turtle, a nut, an egg. Also, for anybody curious, before we hand out prizes, we will have to be I'll have to be very strict with the rules and have them well lined out. Bronny, you said shell. Erica, you said shell. Second on my screen. We do use my screen to break ties. If it says first on your screen, it's a common problem we have because you guys went bam, bam, super close. I can always show you my screen, to let you guys know. It's just a common problem a lot of newcomers have, explaining the internet and stuff. However, I can always show my screen. Brawny, you got it. Welcome back, Brawny. It's a common frustration amongst newcomers is if you guys say it so close to each other in real time, it'll show many people on your guys' screens you said it first. So we use my screen to break the tie since I'm hosting. I get the messages first. Welcome back, Brawny. We're going to be going for quite a while longer. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me that these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Travel Your Dreams. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We have question mark, semicolon, hyphen. Also, guys, in about 2 months, will this channel be switching to another YouTube channel? It's called Practical Gaming Center. I'll let you guys know well in advance. Actually, this is me letting you know. I'll let you know well in advance before I make the switch. Punctuation is correct. There are punctuation marks. Point for Brawny. James, you're close second. But if you guys could go subscribe to that channel, it'll be about 2 months before we make the switch. Because there's other types of live streams I want to do on this channel that aren't game related, and I don't want to confuse you guys, so I'm waiting to do them until I do the switch. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have pot, pizza, apple. Pie is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Hey, Alexander. Welcome back, Alexander. I want to have you know, Alexander, that you won earlier. You weren't here, but you had the most points by the time the 2 hours were up. I just want to let you know since you're back and you missed it earlier. Congratulations, Alexander. You are the new champion. Congratulations, Alexander. You are number 59 in the Hall of Champions. I wanted to go ahead and let you know. Welcome back. So you entered the Hall of Champions and the Hall of Support in one stream, which is super cool. Next time I write your name on here, Alexander, it will be in red. Welcome. Welcome. And we're going to continue on to Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Rain, enchanted, magic. All right, just for fun fishing, we'll catch you on the next one. Thank you so much for stopping in. Next time I see you streaming, I'll pop in if I'm not streaming too. I do enjoy your fishing streams. Just for fun fishing, it's very cool poles he fishes with on a fishing stream if you guys like fishing. All right, we have forest is correct. First person on my screen to say forest was James. Alexander probably popped in and swiped away before I gave him the whole trumpet. That's okay. I'll do it again next time I see him. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have you, ram, lamb. I think that's how you pronounce that. Yeah, you, ram, lamb. Not horn, it's not goat. Sheep is correct. That is another point for James. Robert, you're a close second. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Milk, butter, cheese. They are blank products. Gary is correct. All right, who's the first person to say Dairy? That'd be Bronny. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We like to keep this environment fair, fun, and family friendly. Moving on to another round. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Sorry, guys, I'm usually lenient and like to give people chances. It is not die lucky. It is not family friendly. I like to give people chances. However, different levels of leniences depending on the situation. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have softball, baseball, vampire. The answers will always be appropriate. That is true. Sometimes one will slip through, and I will apologize, and I will rip up the card. Bats is correct. That is a point for James. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have... I don't know if this is U.S. specific, so we're going to do it. John Darling, Michael Darling, Wendy Darling. They are characters in blank. Whoever subscribed, this firework is for you. These are characters in a movie. A few seconds left. Peter Pan is correct as a point for Bronny. Sorry, I was eating, so I just put the timer there. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to with these three things. What were the words? John Darling, Michael Darling, Wendy Darling are characters in Peter Pan. Series of Unfortunate Events. I heard that was a good movie. I haven't watched movies in like a long time though. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have a planer, a level, a drill. I like the book sitting right up front. No, thank you, Bronny. I can't always fit it on this setup depending on what we're playing, but I like to. Tool is correct. Tool or tools. That's a point for James. Unfortunately, the point goes to Bronny because I did not announce the point before. I did not announce who got the point before the timer went off. So, Bronny, you do get it. Well, I guess fortunate for you, unfortunate for James. James, you're getting that. Because the rule was as soon as I announce the point, they are the king, whether anything has changed or whether I put the point on yet or there. Even if I say tool is correct, but I haven't given the point out because I do have to go back and double check. Daniel, I'm apolitical. This is a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. I haven't voted ever in my life, nor will I ever. I can't say ever, right? Because life is long. But anyway, welcome to a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. The three key principles are we want to have fun, keep it fair, and be family friendly. We don't do politics. We all get along. Correct, James. Correct. We have a very good We have a very good community here. Gods wants you to subscribe, though. But yeah, we will never. I don't think I'm ever going to allow political talk on here, because the reason I'm apolitical is because that is the topic I have seen spawn the most arguments out of friends, family, neighbors, just absolutely out of everybody is the topic. So I decided when I was a very young age I was never going to get into it. So moving on to another round of Tribe-On. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common. Yeah, God isn't even from here. He's from the UK. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, we're going to point on the scoreboard. We have subtraction, division, multiplication. Math is correct. Types of math or mathematics. First person on my screen to say math or mathematics would be Gogs. Fun fact, being apolitical, I've never once in my entire life been in an argument about politics, and I plan on keeping it that way. It's super cool. Actually pretty dumbfounded when it comes to it. Moving on to another round of Tribe-On. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'm going to point on the scoreboard, and that's actually about the extent you'll ever hear me talk about it. Moving on. Uno will start an argument too. Ostrich, osprey, owl. Oh, that's cool. Osprey is a brand for backpacking. I didn't know that it was. Bird is correct. I didn't know it was a bird. Javier, you got it. Osprey. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm going to check real quick. Javier, you got the bonus point. Osprey. Okay. I was oversimple. I was overthinking. That's okay. Happens sometimes. It's pretty late where you are. That's okay. Moving on to another round of Tribe-On. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'm going to point on the scoreboard. We have U.S. specific. I'm going to skip that. A young fox, a young bear, a young lion. They're all called blank. Just spread love and positivity. I agree with that. Just come, hang out, have fun. Cub. They're all called cubs. That's a point for Javier. Moving on to another round. Actually, we're going to go ahead and... Where's the crowd today? Uno card. Hey, Tryhard, welcome back. Uno card games do start arguments. They do. So the reason you guys will never see Uno on here, besides the fact that it would not work, out of the 10 plus years I played video games, there was Uno was turned into a virtual video game. It was the only time in my life, I'm going to pause this since I'm telling a quick story, that I slammed my controller down on the table playing video games. I played video games for probably 15 years. I haven't in 2 years. I stopped. But out of 15 years of playing video games, Uno was the only game that ever made me slam my controller down. Me and my friends were playing for like over a week. And me and my friends were playing for this game over a week. I hadn't got a win yet. And they make it to where if you have Uno, you're supposed to press a button on the controller. I didn't know that the button was supposed to change. It's a stupid reason to rage quit. I hate Uno. I already hated Uno before this. But yeah, so it was the only game that ever made me... This was like 6 years ago, by the way. So I hate Uno. Hated it before. Definitely hate it now. I think mod should be restricted from gameplay. Yeah, Bronny, that's why I don't like Uno. Uno is diabolical at starting fights and arguments. It can be, that's for sure. Wait, I think mod should be restricted from gameplay. God, should I make you a mod? I'm kidding too. Oh man. Only that started arguments in our group as adults. Yeah, that's also fair. We were all adults when we played it. Moving on, I'm gonna go ahead and resume the timer. If you're a moderator or if you're on the Hall of Support, you get no extra privileges. I do keep this as fair as I can, no matter who you are. I've even had people who play this game who were over while I was streaming, and I had to tell them they were not allowed to play while they were here if I was streaming because they could hear the question before everybody else because of latency. So I've had to ban, I do not let anybody play if they're with me in person. Moving on, we are playing Tribon. The first person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. You know, Gogs, when he's actually here, his internet's different. His internet's different depending on if he's in town or in Chicago to a very, very different degree. So, a rabbit, a corn plant, an elephant. Smart. Thank you. Only kidding. That's fair. Javier sits right under tower. Guys, Javier's actually my roommate. He can hear all of the questions. No, I'm kidding. He's not my roommate. Yeah, his connection's actually worse when he's closer. It's true. A rabbit, a corn plant, an elephant. No, he is not my roommate. Otherwise, he would unfortunately not be able to play. I'm in his room right now, guys. Yeah, let me go ahead and turn the camera. He is a good guy. Oh, ears is correct. Point for Brawny. James, you're a close second. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have goaltending, traveling, palming. Illegal moves in basketball. I will accept basketball. Hey, Timothy Sykes, you were a close second with basketball violations. Welcome to the live game show I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Ronnie, you got the point. You're the first person on my screen to say it. We use my screen to break ties. Basketball, I think I was horrible at basketball. I played soccer for 6 years. I got 1 goal. I'm sorry, I played soccer for 4 years. I got 1 goal on the wrong side, and I quit. And then I played basketball for a year, and I was worse at basketball. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. We're going to point on the scoreboard. Partridge, sprig, loon. Rugby looks cool. Rugby looks cool. Yeah, wrestling ended up being my sport, not soccer, as you guys would call it, football. Not soccer or basketball. Bird is correct. Hey, Timothy Sykes, welcome. And Javier, you got it. Timothy, we have 3 main principles. The 3 F's of this community is where we want to keep it fair, we want to have fun, and we want to be family friendly. Those are the 3 F's. As long as you stick to those 3 F's, you're allowed to play as much as you want. We go off of my Javier. You are the current king of the hill, and the timer went off. That means you get the bonus point. I have to erase your points and reset you once you get to 2 more. Timothy's a millionaire. Well, welcome. You don't get any special privileges. You just have to be the first to answer. I don't care who you are, where you're from. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Yeah, I don't care who you are, where you're from, how old you are. As long as you're here and you are being family friendly and appropriate towards everybody else, you can come and play. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point. Bird, steam, bubble. You have the same name as a millionaire. I kind of thought that's what he meant. Timothy Sykes, who was a stock trader. All right. Bath was correct. And it looks like, Timothy, you got it. Robert, you were a close second. Timothy, welcome to the board. It's a really rough time to have a bad marker. Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. All right, Timothy Sykes, welcome to the board. It looks like this is the very first time you've earned a point on this game show, which means congratulations. I'll be adding your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. To join the Hall of Fame, you only need you only need whoever subscribed as Firework for You. Sorry, that really threw me off. You only need 1 point ever earned on this game show. Sorry, we had just inappropriate comment I had to remove, so that really threw me off. Anyway, you only need 1 point on this game show to enter the Hall of Fame, which you just entered. Once you get 1 point, I enter your name and you are there permanently. You're the 187th person to enter the Hall of Fame. And we have the Hall of Champions. Whoever gets the most points on the board, who's not already in the Hall of Champions, and within the first 2 hours stream of this format, enters the Hall of Champions. When you become a Hall of Champion, your name is entered in red. Everybody with a name that is written in black is competing to enter the Hall of Champions. We have 59 players in the Hall of Champions. Only one person can enter every stream. We already announced it this stream. Now we're playing for fun and bonus. Do we get trolls tonight? We've gotten quite a few trolls tonight. Quite a few. And then there's the Hall of Support for anybody who donates as well through either purchasing my book or other ways. Anyway, we're going to get back to the game. Sorry, guys, that really threw me off. So, anyway, continuing on. Welcome, Timothy. We do like to keep it fair, fun, and family-friendly. I'm very lenient with mistakes, but sometimes I am not, if it's too offensive right off the bat. So, moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have neck, crown, root. Yes, you're the 187th person, and I have it written down. You will always be the 187th person. I reset the scores between streams. Canals close, tooth is the answer. They are parts of a tooth. First person on my screen to say tooth would be Javier. Moving on to another round, Tribon. This is US specific, so I'm not going to do it. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. And we do play, if you're new here, we do play multiple different games on this channel, multiple different card games. We have 2 formats. Sometimes we're playing board games as a bonus game. Anyway, moving on to another round, Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Dino, Barney, Triceratops. Every time I join your live, all I think of is welcome back, Ash. Welcome back, Ash. Dinosaurs correct. That is a point for Crazy Vlogs. Hey, Crazy Vlogs, welcome back. Ash and Crazy Vlogs, welcome back. Crazy Vlogs, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. Crazy Vlogs, we are number 19 on the scoreboard, which means you have the number 19 token. Hey, Sarah, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. There's a scorpion in my bed because I was camping. That's fair. You can come in and play whenever you have time, Crazy Vlogs. Come in and play whenever you have time. It's a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Moving on, we're currently playing a bonus game called King of the Hill. Whoever the most recent player to get a point is, when the random timer goes off, gets a bonus point. Crazy Vlogs, you are the 19th person on the scoreboard. You're the current King of the Hill. You have the 19 token. The token's red because you're a previous champion. Anybody with a character attached to their name is in the Hall of Support and donated. Oh, sorry, Gogs. Yeah. It can be annoying with the internet. Anyway, we're going to move on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Bach, Beethoven, Brahms. First person to tell me. Bach, Beethoven's, Brahms. All right, there's a few answers. Music, composer, there are musicians. There are a few things that are corrected. Gogs, you got it first. All right, Gogs, you are number 13. So you're the current king of the hill. There's a lot of answers I would have accepted there. Hey, Michael, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. What the heck? What's happening? What is this? This is a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We play various different card games. And I just keep score. The first person to give me the correct answer on my screen will get a point on the scoreboard. The first person to give me the correct answer on my screen. We typically rapid fire. We're going a little slower today. Try hard starts with B will never be an answer. Howdy, Michael. Welcome to the live game show. And whoever subscribed, this fireworks is for you. Moving on, we're actually going to go ahead and switch to a fan favorite. It's the end of the world. We're going to switch to a fan favorite. It's called Blurt. Blurt is where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Crazy Vlogs, I'm having a big difficulty with my balloons. They'll be back tomorrow. I cannot do balloons today, unfortunately. I am sorry about that. Whoever subscribed, this fireworks for you. Guys, we have a lot of people in the chat, so we're going to still do normal. We're going to do a normal blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. All you have to do is comment to play. If you don't know the word for the first definition, here's this firework is for you, Michael. Then you can tell me the word for the second, as you allow as many comments as you would like. 1 guess per comment. The first definition, haircut straight across the forehead. The second definition, the 4th Thursday in November observed as a legal holiday. Bangs is correct. That's a point for Javier. Javier is the current king of the hill. And Thanksgiving is correct. Sorry, that was U.S. specific. I didn't catch it in time. Javier, you got that as well. I'm going to have to delete or erase your points so that way I can make more room on the board. You're at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 60, plus the one that you just got. You will be at 61. All right, moving on to another round of blurt. Oh, Javier, since you're the most recent person to earn a point, that means you were the current king of the hill and the timer went off. So you get the bonus point. The timer goes off every 5 to 10 minutes randomly. I don't know when it's going to go off. And whoever the most recent person to get a point is gets a bonus point. They're the king of the hill, shown right here. What's bigger for you, Thanksgiving or Christmas? Neither for me, personally. I don't really celebrate either of them. But it depends on who you ask. Yeah, if anybody thinks they got it first, you can challenge, and I will show you my screen. We use my screen to break ties. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. Timothy, if you refresh the screen, you will see the order he sees. You might. I can't confirm or deny that because I'm only on my screen, so I cannot confirm or deny that. That's interesting, though. That's actually really good to know. Really? I did not know that. Good to know. Thank you so much, Timothy. And it looks like Javier and Bronny are confirming that. Awesome. Good to know. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Thank you very much, Timothy. I did not know that. A heavy block of iron or steel with a smooth, flat top on which metals are hammered and shaped. The second definition. A poisonous snake of Asia or Africa that can spread out the skin of its neck to form a flattened hood. You brought it up a while ago. I didn't know that. Good to know. Anvil's correct. That is a point for Javier. Well, I might have forgot. You might have told me and I might have forgot. Cobra is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Bronny, the current king of the hill. Moving on. Hey, David, welcome back. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be added up to the players. The first definition, hot melted rock that flows from a volcano. The second definition, an area of low land between mountains or hills. It was one of the first game shows, so it's been a minute. That's fair. That was about 6 weeks ago. Lava is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Michael, you were a close second. Gods, you were a close third. Valley is correct. I have to go back and see who the first person to say it on my screen was, though. A lot of answers came in. Fun fact, magma and lava are pretty much the same thing. They're very close. Magma is before it erupts. Once it erupts, it's considered lava. Bronny, you got Valley. I'll be lurking. Write them off, guys. Very late. I'll be lurking. Awesome, Gogs. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for donating another piece to... thank you for donating a piece. It was much appreciated and entering the Hall of Support. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. We have a slightly bitter, stimulating substance found in coffee, tea, and some soft drinks. The second definition. A device used to move a liquid or gas from one place to another. Caffeine is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Siphon is incorrect. I will repeat the second definition. A device used to move a liquid or gas from one place to another. I believe siphon is the tube and the blank. Blank would be the word I'm looking for. Pump is correct. Pump was the word. Let's go ahead and get that timer out. First person you say pump was Javier. Get these other pieces up here. All right, Javier. You're at 64. Moving on to another round of Blurt. That second one was tricky. It was. Some of these can be really tricky. Wait, that's the actual definition of the word pump? Well, at least when this game was made, this game is very old. You also have to remember that there are multiple definitions for almost every single word in the English language. Some words have dozens, and a few have hundreds of definitions. So it's very tricky. They also change every few years, all the time, constantly. It's super fun. Super fun. Welcome back, Baronator. Moving on to another. Yeah, I'm expanding. I'm making my own version of Blurt right now. A lot of these words are also in my version, and the definitions are different because they evolve. So, moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Baronator, welcome back. Your orange halo guy's right there. The first definition, the short, loud sound made by dogs and certain other animals. The second definition, an area with a smooth surface for ice skating or roller skating. Baronator, get Miss Baronator in here for a fun competition. Bark is correct. That is a point for the Game Master. Hey, the Game Master, welcome back. Let me add you to the scoreboard real quick. Welcome back to Game Master. The Game Master, you are number 19 on the scoreboard, which means you have the number 19 token. We're currently playing King of the Hill. The most recent person to earn a point is the King of the Hill. And when the random timer goes off, whoever the current King of the Hill is gets a bonus point. Welcome back to Game Master. Been a little bit of time since I've seen you. All right, moving on to the next one. Rink would be correct. That is a point for Javier. Javier is now the King of the Hill currently. Oh, I thought I was 19. Oh, Crazy Vlogs, you are 19. You are 19. The reason I got it confused is because I actually have 2 chips. Thank you, Crazy Vlogs. I have 2 chips with every number. The red number is if you're in the Hall of Champions. The yellow number is if you're not in the Hall of Champions. Crazy Vlogs, you are number 19. All right, the bonus went off. Javier, you're the current champion. That goes off every 5 to 10 minutes. You're the current king. Sorry, so many terms in this show. Thank you. The Game Master, you're actually number 20. The Game Master, you're actually number 20. Thank you so much, Crazy Vlogs, for the correction. I do make mistakes, guys, so I appreciate your patience. All right, Crazy Vlogs, you are number 19. You're the red one. The Game Master, you're number 20. And the yellow chip, number 20. Thank you very much for correcting that error. Tell your friends. It's funny. Javier is king. He is currently king. All right, Gogs. Hopefully see you early tomorrow. I don't know what anymore. All right, Baronator. She can come and join whenever. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. The fleshy back part of the leg between the knee and the ankle. The second definition. A hard, clear, deep red, precious stone. Oh, Baronator, I hope you guys enjoyed camping. I forgot you guys are going camping this weekend. That's going to be super fun. Calf is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Timothy, you were a close second on my screen. Brawny, you got it. Ruby is correct. Another point for Brawny. I can barely see it, but it's good enough. It will be, I hope. Good. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and pause the timer. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. I'm about 15 minutes past, but that's okay. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. At the sound of the gong, the 5-minute break begins. At the sound of the air horn, the 5-minute break is over. No points are handed out. The timer is paused. The timer is paused. I do keep a stopwatch on me, so that way I can be back in exactly 5 minutes. At the sound of the gong, the 5 minutes has begun. At the sound of the air horn, the 5 minutes is over. Brought me a single air mattress when she kicks me out of 10. I'm still comfy. That's fair enough, James. So the 5 minutes is beginning now. And I do keep this with me. I'll be bringing a phone so I can keep up with the chat. We'll be back in exactly 5 minutes and continue playing.
Hey, it's Shannon. I host the games and keep score while you play them by commenting.
Thanks.
If you would like to support the channel and enter the Hall of Supporters, my Cash App is Shannon1742. My PayPal and Venmo are mindfuldiscovery@yahoo.com. These should be pinned in the comments. If you are interested in any of the games played on this show or the props used, I have affiliate links in the description. I earn a commission for each product bought at no extra cost to you. Another way you could show support is by purchasing my book, Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games. This is a book on learning the rules for 52 solitaire-type card games with various levels of difficulties, chance, and skill. I wrote detailed instructions for new and experienced players to be able to learn these games, along with setup pictures for examples. Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games is available on Amazon as a paperback book and on the Kindle store. It is also enrolled in the Kindle Unlimited program. We have a minute left in the break. Who will enter the Hall of Champions tonight? The three key principles for this game show: we want to be fair, we want to have fun, and we want to be friendly. I personally want to thank this community and everyone in the Hall of Fame for helping develop this positive game show experience.
Shoot, I'm almost always on time. Sorry, guys. Gotta let the dog in. And keeping us in line. Well, I'd like to have a family one day, and I'd like to have kids. You know, I obviously can't guarantee you that's going to happen because I'm very strict on who my partner is going to be in life, and I would like to be working for myself, knowing, like, have my game career established enough and my authorship established enough to where I know I'll work for myself for the rest of my life, and then I will be looking for a partner and kids after that. And I would love to be working from home for myself, and so that way I can be there in the kids' lives and I'm raising them, since I grew up without a dad and stuff. And it's actually part of the big reason I even got started on the whole working for myself training when I was a lot younger. And I'd like to be able to play games with my kids and be able to play test them on them as well, which is kind of another cool thing. But that's also another reason for the family friendly as well, because we do have kids who play, we have older people who play, and there are people who come in here with their partners, they come in here with their brothers or sisters, or they come here with their whole family and they play, and I love the environment. Obviously we all have, most of us, not all of us, most of us, especially in right now, are adults, and we obviously have deeper senses of humor. I think he's actually 14, but yeah, we have deeper senses of humor than what we allow on here. However, I always assume that we are playing with a 7-year-old and a 70-year-old at the same time. I always just kind of have the mindset of one day, hopefully my kid will be here playing with us, or grandma's or grandpa's playing here, and I just want to keep it family friendly. That was for a user who had a very inappropriate comment, Robert. When you guys hear it, and if you guys hear that and I don't say anything about it, we just, yeah, we just, we get rid of them. So, anyway, yeah. So we're gonna move on. Sure, especially I think most of us are adults here right now. Not all of us are, but right now most of us are. If we were here, we'd have jokes that would be a little bit more age appropriate. However, we're on the internet, and I want everybody who's just being friendly towards everybody else and being appropriate to be able to come here and play. Because I believe games are a great way to unite people. I think just having fun by playing games is a great way to connect with anybody. I just think having fun, especially through games, is a good way to connect with anybody and everybody, no matter who you are, how old you are, where you're from. I mean, for example, we have people all over the world here. Anyway, we're going to get back going. We're going to get going. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. But we're going to keep going. It connected all of us. Exactly. And we're all from all over the world. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, the short, loud sound made by dogs and certain other animals. The second definition, an area with a smooth surface for ice skating or roller skating. Guys, we totally just did that. I'll still give the points out, though, again. That's okay. Ronnie, you got it for bark. Sorry, guys, I didn't even catch that. Sometimes when I have to flush people, it just throws me off a little bit. I know, I just did it, but we'll still got out the points. I've done that a couple times. Fair is fair. Ronnie, you got the point for rink. Fair is fair, because I do that with balloon art sometimes. I'll make the exact same one twice in a row just to throw people off. You have cake in your car? What a funny thing to forget in your car. Welcome back. I hope you have a cake. What kind of cake is it? Making sure we are awake. Yeah. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. I knows how to play solitaire. Awesome. Welcome, Llama Sweat. This is a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. The first person to give me the correct answer for any game will get a point on the scoreboard. Moving on to Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a meal eaten outdoors. The second definition, a large mass of snow, ice, earth, or rocks that falls or slides down the side of a mountain. You're allowed as many comments and guesses as you would like, but only 1 guess per comment. Ronnie, well, that book is about 1-player games beyond just solitaire. Yeah, they're not. They all use a deck of cards, but they're not your typical solitaire games. Most of them are. Some of them are not. So that's why it's called Beyond Solitaire. Picnic is correct. That is a point for Gogs. Marker, please work. Alright, good enough. I can see it. And Avalanche is correct. Robert, try resetting your stream. That's a point for Javier. Or refreshing it. The cake is now... How big was the cake, Javier? You said it like 2 minutes ago. I hope it was like a bundt cake or something. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Didn't even offer a slice. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Right, read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. A thick, strong rope made of twisted wire or fiber. It was a small slice. That makes so much sense. I'm like, can you eat a whole cake in 2 minutes? Is crazy. Second definition, an organization of boys or men as at a college. $1 with a cake in today's economy. Where can you get a slice of cake for $1? Man, it'd be a few dollars. Cable is correct. This was a really small slice. Point for Brawny. Although then again, I actually don't like cake and I don't eat cake, so I actually have no clue what the price of a cake is. Weird thing to say, but I don't really like cake. All right, and frat or fraternity is correct. I'll accept either or. That is a point for Brawny. Clogs, you're a close second. On sale at Jewel. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person done with the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is a soap or detergent used to wash the hair and scalp. The second definition, air that moves over the earth. Shampoo is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Wind is correct. That is another point for Brawny. One more round of Blurt. We're going to switch it up a little bit. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to determine the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is someone who takes care of a flock of sheep. The second definition is a sour tasting food resembling custard that is made from milk thickened by the action of bacteria. Shepherd is correct. That is a point for Robert. Whoever subscribed, this firework is for you. And yogurt is correct. Let me see who said it first. That is a point for Robert. I'm gonna have to go tomorrow and purchase more markers. I've killed about 6 or 7, or finished about 6 or 7 markers on this stream. Oh man. All right, moving on to another round. Hey, Kono, welcome to a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. The first person to give me the correct answer for the current game that we're playing will get a point on the scoreboard. We're going to go ahead and move on to Tribon. Since it's mostly older crowd right now, we're actually going to play... Sorry, there's a mosquito. All right. Perfect. There's a spider or something. We're going to go ahead and move on to Tribond, but we're actually going to move on to the adult version of Tribond. So it's going to be a little trickier than what you guys are used to. It's going to be a little bit more specific, and it's not going to be as easy. Typically, up till now, we've played the kids version of Tribond. So we are going to be moving on to the adult version, which can definitely be harder. Hey, Baronator. Haha, we struggled. Yeah, The current king of the hill is Robert Elmo. Robert, you're getting the bonus point. Go off every 5 to 10 minutes before the next one. I'll be in and out. No problem, Baronator. We'll be here. Moving on to Tribond, we have, first person to tell me these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point. A field goal, a 25-foot jump shot, a ringer. I am looking for a specific answer. Very specific. They are sports. 3 points is the answer. They're worth 3 points. Point for Javier. I wonder how many emojis there are now. There's so many emojis. I wonder if there's also, I gotta look up a way if there's, I gotta see if there's a way I can revive Expo or dry erase markers. I'm gonna write that down as a note real quick so I have it for later. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have... Oh. That's a tricky one. IVX. I don't know if that's an I or just a 1, but I think it's an IVX. Also LCDM. letters is not correct. Roman numerals is correct. That is a point for Robert. Hey, Plastic Fantastic, welcome back. Welcome back, Plastic. All right, Robert, you got the point. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Plastic, we're playing Tribon right now, but we're playing the adult version, so it's harder. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. Baseball, 301, round the clock. This one isn't too specific. Sweet. Yeah, this one's a lot harder. Baseball, 301, round the clock. Game is not specific enough, but that is a hint. If I say it's not specific enough, that was definitely a hint. Game is not specific enough. Which game? Baseball, 301, round the clock. Give you guys a hint. It is a game. I don't know if you would consider this a sport. I don't think I would consider it a sport. There's very minimal physical exertion, which is what mostly determines a sport. Baseball, 301, round the clock. It's not kickball. It's not NBA. It is not home run. It's not T-ball. Hey, welcome both. Faux show, where I host a live game show. You and keep score. You play by commenting. All right, I'm actually going to put 30 seconds on the clock. If nobody gets it, nobody gets it. It's not cricket. Baseball, 301, round the clock. Nobody gets it by the time I say done, and by the time I put done in the chat and give the buzzer, nobody will get the point. Baseball, 301, round the clock. They are blank games. They are games in a certain activity. Darts is correct. I'll give it to you, Bronny. They are dart games. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have fire, leaf cutter, trap jaw. Sheesh, yeah, that was a tricky one. Fire, leaf cutter, trap jaw. I remember when I first told you guys that the Tribon we were playing was for kids. You guys were all like, oh, I don't want to see what the adult one's like. Well, this is it. Robert, you got it. It was Ant. Plastic, you were a close second. I would have accepted your typo. Well, since I don't think that I think it's all the older crowd right now. That's why we're doing the adult version of it. Even the kids version's tough. There's been a few rounds on the kids version. I didn't give the point out to anybody. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have. Some of these are so tricky, I don't even think that they're gonna that you guys could get them. I actually ended up skipping a lot of questions on the adult version. For example, but then again, I don't know what you guys don't know because I am not into pop culture. So we're gonna try this. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Jay Dean, John Gillespie, Al Reese. I'll even give you guys a hint. They were all nicknamed blank. Jay Dean, John Gillespie, Al Reese. The deuce is incorrect. Dean, no. Putting 30 seconds on the clock. Something like this is typically one that I would skip, by the way, but I wanted to try it out. They are nicknames. They were all nicknamed the same thing. Dizzy is correct. Javier, you got it. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Ronnie, you're a close second. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Wasp, Hornet, Pacemaker. Wasp, Hornet, Pacemaker. It is not sting or stung. Believe it or not, does not have anything to do with bees. Wasp, Hornet, Pacemaker. That has nothing to do with bees, is a hint. Wasp, Hornet, Pacemaker. Tricky, putting 30 seconds on the clock. They're models of something. Oh, that might have been too big of a hint. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, yeah, I guess it's going to be models of many things. All right, I put done in the chat. I'm going to refresh my chat to see if anybody got it last second above when I said done. Nobody got it. It were cars was the answer. The answer was, the question was Wasp, Hornet, Pacemaker. The answer was cars. Models of the Hudson, also Commodore. So cars was the answer. Nobody got the point. We're going to move on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. Wicket keeper, batsman, gully. Wicket keeper, batsman, gully. You thought I said bottles? So sorry about that. So sorry about that. Cricket is the correct answer. They are positions in cricket. First person on my screen who said, Javier, you are going to get the point because I did not announce the next one yet. And remember, it's the moment I announce it, you are the king. First person on my screen who said cricket would be Mofo Show. Mofo Show, welcome to the scoreboard. Remember, fair is fair. That is the rule for that. It was very close to getting a bonus. Saved by the bell. Mofo Show, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 21 on the scoreboard, which means you have the number 21 token, or the number 21 chip. You are now the current king of the hill. And Mofo Show, it looks like this is the first time earning a point on the game show, which means congratulations, I'll be entering your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. You just need 1 point ever to enter. You're the 188th person to enter the Hall of Fame. Congratulations and welcome. Moving on to another round of Tribon. That was a tricky one, so that was a very good answer. Only 2 people got it. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what the... I like the harder version. It makes it more interesting and learn more about things I didn't know. Think about. Yes, I do too, Bronny. Hey, Miss Baronator. Welcome back. We're playing an adult version of Tribon right now, so it's quite harder compared to the normal. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Samuel Benedict, Sylvester Graham, James Salisbury. I don't think I need to give a hint, but I will if I need to. Man, inventors are so close and so not at the same time. It's really funny. I'm actually looking for a general term right now. There's really only one answer I'm accepting, kind of. They had blank named after them. Samuel Benedict, Sylvester Graham, James Salisbury. Food was the correct answer that I was looking for. Javier, you got that. Javier, you're the current king Steak is food. Yes, but steak wasn't the answer because Benedict is not. I think graham is graham cracker, but I don't know. I don't think Benedict is steak. Salisbury steak. This Salisbury steak was named after James Salisbury, apparently, but steak wasn't the answer because I don't think all three of those are steak. It also has to be on the card. Different games have different levels of leniency. Steak is food, but steak was not the answer. Yeah, I just allow different leniencies depending on the game that we're playing. So we're going to move on to another round of Tribond. First person, tell me what three... And also, there's some times where there is Benedict is eggs. That's what I thought. I thought Benedict was eggs, but I wasn't sure. There are also some times where I'll give you guys something, and there are multiple answers to some of the questions. So we try to go for the answer. We go for the answer that's on the card, unless you're from a... There are some exceptions, some rare exceptions to the rules, though. Nothing's black and white. Everything is gray in life. Moving on to another round of Tribond. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Clint Black, Red Skeleton, Vonna White. There are a couple answers I will accept for this one. The longer the answer is on the card, the more of a range of answers I will accept. Colors is correct. They have colors within their names. So, Robert, you're going to get that. It's super hard, guys, because especially with the leniencies, I do have to come up with them. Well, I mean, I have guidelines for all of them, but sometimes I have to decide if something fits in kind of a quicker manner so that way we can keep it flowing. Moving on to another round of Tribond. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Monterrey, Veracruz, Tampico. Monterrey, Veracruz, Tampico. There are two answers I will accept for this one. Monterrey, Veracruz, Tampico. It is not cheese. It is not bay. There are two answers I'll accept. Monterrey, Veracruz, Tampico. Give you guys a hint. Kind of blank in blank. That was a horrible hint. Sorry. It's not juice, ocean, wine, shark. Countries is close-ish, kind of. Countries is the closest answer for sure. Cities in Mexico. I would have accepted cities or Mexico. Cities in Mexico was the correct answer. So if you would have said cities or Mexico for this one, I would have accepted it. Let me go back because there was a lot. Elmo, I haven't given the points out, which means Elmo, you are the current king, and the timer went off. Robert, you're going to get an extra point. All right, I have to go back. And this is why, even if I say that cities is the correct answer, this is why I don't give the point out, because I have to go back until I say the person's name. They're not the king, because I have to go back and make sure that we're being fair, so I have to give it to the first person. And there's a lot of answers there. Countries was close. Javier, you got it with cities. You are now the king. Sorry, knocked your little goat over. I was thinking of Tampico, the juice brand. I know, I thought I should have said that. Oh, Javier, if you do those emojis, does that mean you did it for me? Because it gave me the option to undo that. And I was really confused because I didn't do it yet. I'm so tired. Javier did it. Okay, cool. So that means... Cool. So then I can also see when he did it, but only if I click on it. All right, cool. Sorry, I'm still learning all of the details and stuff. Thank you, Javier. Cool. I just learned something that was good. Miss Baronator, I'm so tired. I'm all warm in the bed, hopefully with Barinator, unless you kicked him out so you could have more blankets. Is that why you kick him out? Just so you can have more blankets to yourself, make him go sleep on the couch? Yeah, has Javier been crowned king yet? Not yet. Gogs, when I ban somebody, it's also only shadow ban. So they still think they're here, but they don't. That's why I actually don't announce it typically, and you guys just hear the flush. Because I've had it before where I announced it, and then they would keep making accounts and coming back, and I had to keep doing it. And so moving forward, I don't announce it. I just do that sound because people will come back. I've had it happen too many times. And once I realize that when I stop announcing it, they stop coming back, the game's just a lot smoother when it comes to trolls. So, and guys, please remember that, especially when we get bigger, I really need to make sure I don't announce it because I don't need to be banning somebody every 5 minutes. Shadow ban, Miss Baronators, when you get banned from a YouTube channel, at least on this platform, you get banned from a channel, but you don't know you're banned. And so it looks like on your end, you're still there, but nobody else can see your comments. It's, yeah. So. Can move it to sub-only chat. Helps a little. Guys, I do plan on doing that. I have eventually, not yet. We're going to get back going to the game again shortly. There are many, many, many things and ways that I can slow down the chat and make it more appropriate. I'm trying to avoid them for as long as possible because it will just interrupt the flow in many ways. That is one of them. I can also, doesn't have to be paid subs. It wouldn't be paid subs. There's a lot of ways I can do it. I can slow it down, and it looks like we're going to have to maybe soon start doing it. Which, guys, I will be moving the channel over in about 2 months to my other YouTube channel called Practical Gaming Center. So if you guys can please go subscribe, excuse me. If you guys can please go subscribe to that one in about 2 months, all of the gaming stuff. Everything will be carrying over. All of the halls and characters will be carrying over. For now, it's going to stay here for about 2 more months. Yeah, thank you, Bronny. Practical Gaming Center. I'll also be announcing new mods then. So, because I want to take this channel in a different direction, and this should be on Practical Gaming Center, but it's not. And it will be soon. Which I'll have you guys know games are still like my #1 priority. There's still other things I want to explore as well on the side. So this is not supposed to be the main game channel at all. I have just started the other one a year ago. I only have a few videos on there. It's a long-term plan, so a lot of things I gotta build up on the side. Anyway, moving back on to Tribe Bond. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Oh, excuse me. The Statue of Liberty, a welder, an Olympian, they have blank. Torch is correct. They have torches. Point for Gogs. All right. Yeah, I'm actually not trying to build up the subs on here. I need to build up the subs on the other one before I can go live. I can't even go live till I have 50 subs on it. So that's part of the reason. I'm also trying to get ready because there's a lot of things I'm going to do before I switch. Like I need to figure out one more setup to where I can start doing a lot of different games that I'm coding on the computer. Like for my website, for example, practicalgamingcenter.com, I have a lot of things I want to add to that. That when I switch will give us a lot more variety of games. And so I need to take the time to finish the second book that I'm working on. I want to finish the second book and I want to set up the other channel a little bit more fully, like my website as well. I also said I'm going to start the Discord once I switch channels. So I really need to do a little bit more computer programming and finish my book before I allow more distractions like the Discord and stuff to come in. So it's just a way for me to be focused and get a little bit ahead. Thank you, Miss Baronator. I do appreciate that. Here's a firework for you. Olympian? Yeah, I think the Olympians at the Olympics will hold the torches. I don't know if they still do that. It's an older tradition. Anyway, we're going to keep going because we have the timer going on. True Gogs will consider it. Moving on to another round. Yeah, I think the Olympian, don't they start the Olympics holding a torch? I don't know. They used to be an old thing. This is an old game. Ah, fair enough. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Michael, Freddie, Jason. Michael, Freddie, Jason. Horror is correct. Point for Gogs. They are horror film killers. So I would have accepted horror film, horror or killers or villains, I guess, as well. There's a few answers I would accept to that one. Mainly horror and killers. Remember, different levels of leniencies. Blurt, you got to be pretty exact with Blurt. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. Will get a point on the scoreboard. Gogs, I cannot believe you're still awake. Well, I guess you're sick right now, so out of work. So I guess you can stay up as late as you want. When I'm sick, I always messes up my sleep schedule. Oh, this is such a tricky one. We're gonna try it because I'm curious. 5 a.m. shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay all night. Stay safe. Have a good one, Miss Barinator. We're going to try this. This is a little tricky one. Moving on to a round of Tribon. First person tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point. Once the timer goes off, we're going to finish the round and take another 5-minute break. A person, a shoe, South Korea. A person, a shoe, South Korea. All right, Gogs, you get the bonus point. Soul is correct. If you look at the two ways that Robert spelt it, Robert, you got it. A person, a shoe, South Korea, they have a soul, or soul. So they used 3 different ways to spell soul. I would have accepted any of the 3 ones. It was super tricky. Debatable, that one. I agree. That's why I didn't quite like that. Because they used a play on words that's very taboo in writing. Very, very, very taboo, unconventional way to use words. However, I guess that would be more for a written format, and it is verbal, so I guess it's good play on words. If you were writing, though, it would be a very, very not good thing to do. All right, Robert, you got it. I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer because we're going to take a brief break. Plus soul is borderline religion opinion. That's a fair point. It is in the dictionary, but I do agree with that. Later, guys, got work in the morning. Have a good one. Bronny will be doing it again tomorrow. She told me she just left stream and that I can get on now. 27 likes next, buddy. I'm over here nodding off. All right, Bronny, you have a good night. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Well, I don't write these cards. I just play them. Barinator, welcome back. Unfortunately, we're about to go on a short break. Starting to seem like you have 2 accounts, Bear. Yeah, Robert. We've got Ronnie Tones and Mike Lee switching up their account. Barinator, Miss Barinator, Egg and Evil Egg. I do also, Robert. Yeah. You guys don't know this, but I am actually Javier. I'm not Javier. He's just a good friend, oldest friend I have. All right, Bronny Tones, you have a good night. I'm excited to meet the third one of you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and... Well, am I typing with my feet? Yeah, dude, I'm pretty good at this. Have a good one. We'll see you back tomorrow, Bronny. Guys, we're going to go on a short 5-minute break. I did pause the timer for the King of the Hill, to be fair. I do. At the sound of the gong, the 5 minutes will start. At the sound of the air horn, the 5 minutes will be over. We're going to go for at least another hour. I'm getting a little tired, so I will do at least one more hour. I'm hoping to do another 2 as long as a few people are on. 2 or maybe, probably not 3. Maybe, but probably not. So 1 to 2 more hours is what I'm hoping for tonight. I guess I mean me. That's funny. All right, guys. We're going to do 6 minutes because I have to feed the cats. So we're going to do 6 minutes at the start of the gong, which will be now. We'll be back in 6 minutes from right now. When you hear the air horn, it's over. I will continue chatting with you guys through another phone app. Alright, we're back. Break is over. We're gonna continue on. I'm gonna catch up a chat for a quick second while Baronator wakes up and gets back on the game. Oh, the element character's holding his hand up like this emoji. That makes sense. Baronator, I'm gonna go to sleep. Y'all catch you later. All right, Baronator, have a good night. I just teased a little bit. Have a good night, Baronator. I guess I woke you up just saying your name. That's the sun coming up. Better get an hour or two. Too tired tonight. Tomorrow, 100%. Awesome. We'll probably go for another hour tonight, guys. We'll probably go for up to another hour tonight, and then I'm going to get off so I can keep reading. Have a good one, Baronator. Gog, sounds like you're off too. That's the sun coming up. Better get an hour or two. That's fair, especially when you're sick. Got to rest up. Guys, we'll go for about another hour, potentially. Yeah, I'm the oldest. I'm one of them. I have 8 siblings. On my dad's side, I have 7 younger siblings that have a different mom. I just share dad with them. And on my mom's side, I have 1 older sibling that I share a mom with, different dads. And they actually don't really, now that I think about it, my older sibling hasn't even met half of my younger siblings. Super crazy. He didn't really grow up with most of them. All right, we're going to continue on. Do another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Pinch shot, corner kill shot, wallpaper shot. They are shots in blank. I'm going to give a minute. The tricky one. How are you the oldest and the youngest? Robert, I'm the oldest on my dad's side. So between me and my 7... I'll tell you guys when you get it. But Robert, between me and my 7 younger siblings, I share a dad between me and 7 younger siblings. So I'm the oldest on my dad's side of the family. So when I'm with all of my siblings and my dad and all them, if you consider that part of the family, I'm the oldest. And on my mom's side, I have 1 older sibling. And we only share a mom. We have different dads. All of my siblings are half siblings. This is why. And my older sibling does not interact and doesn't even know half of my younger siblings. So pinch shot, corner kill shot, wallpaper shot, shots in blank ball. Blank ball is 1 word. So my older sibling is not related to my younger siblings at all. That's how. My older sibling has no family blood relation to my younger at all. Racquetball is the correct answer. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point. This is a hard game. Wise Potato Chips, Temple University, Hooters Restaurant. I don't know if I've ever heard of racquetball either. Racket, not bracket. Racquetball. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Wise Potato Chips, Temple University, Hooters Restaurants. I'll give a blank. I'll give a hint. Blank. Are there mascots or logos? Blanks. Are there mascots or logos? Wise Potato Chips, Temple University, Hooters Restaurants. Al is correct. That is a point for Robert. Javier, close second. Moving on to another round of El Mochio. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have T, Doggy, Duffel. T, Doggy, Duffel. Bag is correct. Point for Javier. Robert, you're a close second. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. We'll go to points on the scoreboard. We have Y'all, Gaff Cutter, Catch. Y'all, Y-A-W-L. Gaff Cutter, Catch. It's not slang. At least I don't think it's slang. It doesn't say that it's slang. It's a hard one to give a hint for. Y'all, Gaff Cutter, Catch. Boats, close enough. They are sailboats. Javier, you got it. Boating slang. I think it could be boating slang. You got the point. It could be slang for, it says sailboats. I think the types of sailboats, it could be slang for sailboats. I'm not sure. I think they're types of sailboats. All it says on here is sailboats. So moving on to another round. You did get the point though. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person done with these three things I have in common will get a point. Pinta, Nina, Santa Maria. I think it's types of sailboats as well. Columbus is this correct. They are ships of Christopher Columbus. He used to sail to the New World. Pinta, Nina, Santa Maria. Good job, Robert. That was impressive that you got that one, to be honest, because it's a pretty old history right there. Robert, current king of the hill as Elmo. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point. We have hearts, moons, clovers. Did I restart the timer? I did not. Thank you so much. Thank you. I did not restart the timer. I did now. No, I knew Santa Maria. I didn't know any of them. Thank you for that reminder. Shoo. Close enough. I'll give it to you for Charms. It is Marshmallow Pieces in Lucky Charms cereal. I don't know if... Okay, you said Lucky Charms too. I was going to give it to you for Charms. Marshmallow Pieces and Lucky Charms cereal. Super funny. It was Hearts, Moons, Clovers. You got it, Robert. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me. Oh, you didn't hear moons. My bad. I'll try to speak pronounce my words more clearly. It's just getting a little late and a little raspy to a voice. So moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me that these three things have in common, I'll get a point. Blood, Fox, Basset. It was me. I was distracted. Perfect. Blood, Fox, Basset. Hound is correct. That is a point for Plastic. Fantastic. Good to see you're still here. Plastic. Plastic, fantastic. Welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you enter in as red. Plastic, fantastic. You are number 22. Which means you're the number 222 chip, and it's red since you're a former champion. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Maxwell, Outland, Heisman. I'm going to be honest, guys, once we run out of all these cards, I don't think we're going to do this stack again. Maybe we will. Trophy is correct. They are college football trophies or awards. As a point for Javier, I realize there's U.S. specific. My apologies on that one. Or potentially U.S. specific. I don't know anything about college football. I'm not a sports guy. Used to play some of them, but I never really watched them. Obviously, you guys can see what it was. My apologies on that. You guys can see what my hobbies and stuff are. Games and books. Moving on to another round. Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have guinea pig, prairie dog, porcupine. I did not know porcupine fit in this category. Super interesting. I wonder if it still does. There's a hint for you guys. Some things get reclassified. Rodent is correct. Yes, a porcupine is a rodent. Wow. First person on my screen, you say rodent would be Robert. You get the point. Guys, I do my best to try and not do any U.S. specific questions, so I do apologize on that if one they slip. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to know what these three things have in common will get a point. Cuts, tracks, singles. It is not cards. It is not race. Cuts, tracks, singles. I think the current king of the hill is Elmo. Robert, you're getting another point. I'll add a fourth one. Cuts, tracks, singles. Albums is not quite it. Because albums is more a collection of these. Terms for blank. Album would be a collection of blank. Songs is correct. I'm not a music guy either. Robert, you got it. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common. I've got a point on the scoreboard. We have snow, elevator, wingtip. What? No, that def helped. Awesome. Perfect. Good hint. Cool. Snow, elevator, wingtip. There's no way. Snow, elevator, wingtip. What is this? Oh, wow. No, they are definitely it. Type of joint is not correct. Boots is close enough. I'll give it to you so we can move on. It's shoes. I don't know what not elephant. I don't know what elevator shoes are. But yeah, snowshoes, elevator shoes, wingtip shoes. Wingtip shoes are apparently a type of dress shoe. I just looked it up. I don't know what elevator shoes are. Javier, you got it. Okay, what are elevator shoes? Give me 1 second, guys. This is ridiculous. What are elevator shoes? Shoes with extra height built in to make the wearer appear taller. So what are they, like heels for... They're like heels. They have thickened sections of the insoles under the heels to make the wearer appear taller or elevate them, as the name suggests. Okay. Tom Cruise shoes. Like platforms, kinda. Yeah, kinda. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point. Finger stalls, dress shield, quiver. A couple answers I'll accept. Finger stalls, dress shield, quiver. Actually, few answers I'll accept. Arrows is close. Archery. I'll give it to archery. Arrows is close. What it was archery equipment. So, Robert, you're going to get it. All right. Elmo Gio, the current king of the hill. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a points on the scoreboard. Spiral, compound, green stick. Wow, this is incredibly hard game, I think. I do skip, probably honestly, I probably skip maybe a quarter to a third. Fracture is correct. Broken bones or fractures. That is correct. Good stuff, Plastic. Good stuff. What are you, number 22? Current king of the hill. I feel embarrassed. I said it's an incredibly hard game, and then you just got the answer. Good stuff. No, I don't really feel embarrassed. Obviously, you can't know everything about every subject, and that's definitely not one of my subjects, would be anatomy. However, it should be, because I have a body, so I really should know more about anatomy. Moving on to another round of Tribond. Elmo and Pinocchio. Oh, that makes sense. We have the U.S. Pacific. Gonna skip it. Allure. An actor, a broken leg. I was thinking of Spanish, Elmo. Elmo and Pinocchio. Elmo Gio. How do you... Cast is correct. They're all cast or casted. Allure, an actor, a broken leg. That is a point for Robert. Plastic, what time is it for you? Moving on to another round of Tribon. I think Robert's on the West Coast. Javier's obviously in the same time zone as me, him being an hour away. Moving on to another round. Half 5 in the morning. Do you guys say it like that? Yeah, you are. I thought you were also... Yeah, you're in Scotland, right? First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common, I'll get a point. Mark, Frank, Peso. Ooh, they copied this one from the last game into this one. Or from this game into the next. Half 5 in the morning. Yes, that's how we say it. It's you guys that say it wrong. Point for Javier for the money was correct. Okay, it's really funny that you say that, Plastic, because I just saw a meme today, or not a meme. Yeah, it's kind of a meme or something, and it said there is an asteroid that was found that was the size of or no, there was a Dr. Pepper sized asteroid found in the United States, and somebody commented saying the US really will use anything except for the metric system. No, you're totally right to tease. We're one of the only 3 countries in the world that use, I think it's called the imperial. I should know, right? But I don't. Yes, the United States uses the imperial system. Almost everybody else. Almost. It's a fair tease because we're ridiculous in that. To be honest, it's ridiculous that there are 3 countries that use a different system and everybody else uses the metric. And so it's a fair tease. I also think it's silly. You guys put the date the wrong way too. It's day, month, then year. What do we do? Month, day, and year. Day, month, and year make a lot of sense. I feel like we both do it wrong. I'll give you that. I feel like it should be year, month, day, and I'll tell you why. Because if I were to, I'm going to pause the timer real quick before we go on. Oh, Javier, you got it. That was actually perfect timing. I'll tell you why I think it should be year, month, day. Okay? For example, we write the month, the day, and the year. Earth can hire me as an ambassador of changing stupid things after this. So we have 9/19/24. So what is this? Today, for us, it is 9/19/24. For you guys, it's 19/9/24. I guess it'd be 20 for you because you're past midnight. Just ignore that. I think it should be the year 24, then the month 9, then the day 19. It would be so much easier because it's on the right that's changing. So since we type from left to right and write from left to right, I feel like in like things like typing or updating documents or even a board on here, it's easier to change the right from the right to left when you're changing it every single day than the left to right. Because I don't know. I just feel like it should be that way. So I'm going to say we both say that one right. I mean, wrong. Because of computers sorting, computers would sort it correctly with that way. I was thinking computers would this way. But I mean, well, the tricky thing about computers is, I mean, it's coded by humans, so it can sort it how humans code it. I mean, obviously, now we're so far into technology, it would be difficult. That's what I meant. That's what I was thinking, too, is like changing year first. Well, code's weird because you can code. I mean, with coding, you have as much freedom as you have knowledge to an extent, pretty much, with coding. You have as much freedom as you have knowledge. So... I only say to an extent because of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I only know a few programming languages, and I need to learn a few more before I have my stack done. So I can't say you're completely limitless, but I do believe you're mostly. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Let me go ahead and resume this. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have... U.S. specific. Real twist cha-cha. I looked it up. Our measurements, 1 foot, came from the size of King Henry's foot size. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Robert, you got dance. Plastic, you were a close second. By the way, plastic, if I ever say some computer programming knowledge that's wrong, feel free to correct me because I've never been employed by it. I'm just self-taught through a mentor and by myself. It is resumed. Robert, you got it? I did try to get a job with it earlier this year. The market was too horrible, so I decided to just keep going for myself. Moving on to another round of Tribon, first person. I know nothing that can be. Wait, Plastic, I thought you were also the person who's a computer programmer. Was it? Plastic, I was pretty sure it was you who I talked to about computer programming. If it wasn't you, then I really don't remember who it was. No, not you. Oh, who was it? Interesting. Somebody told me that they also computer programmed. I really don't remember who it was. All right, well, anyway, moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have conqueror of Greece, conqueror of Persia, conqueror of Egypt. Alexander the Great is correct. That is point for Plastic. Fantastic. Plastic, you're at 3. Moving on to another round of Tribon, first person. We got about half an hour left, and then I'm going to end the stream. So I keep reading for tonight. Moving on to another round of Tribon, we have the first person to tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get a point. Pacific, Central, Mountain. Oh, that's U.S. specific. I'm sorry, Plastic. Am sorry about that. Time zones is correct. Give the point to Javier for time. Do apologize on that. Hey, Michael, welcome back. Sorry, guys. Later into the night when I get tired, more U.S. specific ones slip past me. I do apologize. And then there's some things like I don't know what is or isn't U.S. specific, especially when it comes to like shows and stuff. When I really just don't know, you know? I mean, there's some things I obviously do, but like a U.S. currency and some stuff like that, and like geographically. But then there's some stuff like pop culture I really don't know. Should have a bash at Trivial Pursuit. I have some Trivial Pursuits. I do have some Trivial Pursuit games that I'm planning on adding. It's tricky, Plastic, because most of what I find in Trivial Pursuit, the reason you guys actually don't have actual trivia questions, most of them are U.S. specific. That's why I don't add them. I've bought so many trivia games, and most of the questions, or at least half, are U.S. specific, and it's a lot to go through. But I do have some, and I do plan on adding them anyway, and just trying to get the more broad ones, which really thins out the decks. But that's okay. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a point. Forest, Hunter, Lime. Forest, Hunter, Lime. Green is correct. Point for Javier. Robert, close second. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common, I'll get a point. Javier, you're getting the bonus point for being the king of the hill when the timer goes off. Backdoor, give and go, alley-oop. Backdoor, give and go, alley-oop. Is not passed. There, blank terms. Basketball would be correct. That is a point for Michael. Michael, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 23 on the scoreboard. Michael, I know I saw you in a stream earlier today. Welcome back. And it looks like this is the first time you've earned a point on this game show, which means congratulations. I'll be adding your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. You're the 189th person to earn a point on this live game show. Congratulations. I will be entering your name to the Hall of Fame as Michael, unless you want me to enter it as Michael something, maybe like the first letter of your last name or something like that if you want to stay anonymous, because we have quite a few Michaels in there. It's up to you. Otherwise, I will just put Michael in. Robert, you asked what number you are. Let me check. Robert, you are 113 in the Hall of Fame, 27 in the Hall of Champions. We currently have 59 champions. Michael W. Awesome. Thank you, Michael. That makes it a lot easier for me in the future. I'm going to put it on I always update the halls after the streams. So the first time I put you on the board is the most important for me to spell it, right? Thank you. It makes it a lot easier for me because Michael is, at least in the U.S., in the top 4 most common names. You're one of the 4 names where over 1 million people have that name in the U.S. So you and 3 other people make up at least 1% of the population in the U.S. of names. All right, we're going to move on to another round of Tribon. First person in, welcome, Michael. I'm glad you liking the show. I'm glad you're sticking around. I do try to stream 6 days a week, sometimes multiple times a day, or just really long streams. You will always forever be number 189. You'll always be 189. I'll have a more exact number after. Sometimes I'm off by a number until I actually write it. My markers would work. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have it's US specific. That's also alright. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Potato, rose, taste. Potato, rose, taste. Potato blank, rose blank, taste blank. Javier, I'm pretty sure you meant buds, and buds auto-corrected to bulbs. So I'm going to accept it, unless you're pretty honest, so I'll let you know if I'm wrong, or I know you'll tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, you meant bulbs? See, thank you very much. I trust Javier. Well, all right, cool. Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate it. Robert, you got bud then. It was buds, but bud is in buds, so I'll give it to you. Perfect. Thank you very much, Javier, for your honesty. Fair, fun, and family-friendly. I appreciate you guys being fair, and sometimes we do have to go off the honor system because it's part of me being lenient is sometimes I make a mistake. Bulbs is so close to buds that I could easily see an autocorrect. Javier is one of the good guys. I agree. Plastic. I've known him for a long time. I think around 17 years. Around 17 years. Where are you, Robert? Right here. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have palm, pine, oak. Palm, pine, oak. Tree is correct. Point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Robert, you're a close second. First person to tell me what we're gonna do one more card and switch up the game. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point. A coin, a mug of beer, an arrow. You guys are allowed as many guesses as you would like, so don't forget that. A coin, a mug of beer, an arrow. They have heads. Head is the correct answer. Point for Robert. All right, Robert. Moving on to another round. One more round of Tribon. We're going to switch it up. So it's not El Mochio. It's El Mochio? Is that Elmo and Pokio? Poca. What was the dude's name with the lying nose? So El Mochio? Is it Pokio? Oh, it is. I think it is Pokio. Really bad at pop culture. Pinocchio. What did I say? Pokio? It was Pinocchio. I thought I had it too. That's why I say, guys, I'm glad I'm on this side of the games hosting. All right. El Mochio. Pokio. All right. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll get a point. Diamonds, clubs, spades. I was so confident with Pokio after I said it a couple times, too. I thought I had it. I knew it was a P. Suits is correct. Point for Javier. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to blurt. Blurt is where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. The thin, hard covering at the end of a finger or toe. The second definition. To mix playing cards to change their order. Javier, you're getting the bonus point. Nail is correct. That is a point for Robert. Gogs, I see you're having troubles falling asleep. Robert. And shuffle is correct. That is a point for Javier. Welcome back, Gogs. Moving on to another round of blurt. No point. Alarm's due in 25 minutes. Wait, I thought you were... Aren't you homesick? What are you even setting an alarm for? Or, I mean, I guess there's always other priorities as well besides work. Or are you back at work already? Is your pneumonia gone? I hope so, because I know some people... Thankfully, I've never had it, but I know some people who've had pneumonia, and they had a horrible time. Kids got school. That's rough. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. First person to tell me the correct word will get a point. Up to 2 points can be handed out. The front part of the leg between the knee and the ankle. The second definition. A rod or staff that is carried by a queen or king is a symbol of authority. Shin is correct. That is a point for Javier. Scepter is correct. That is a point for Robert. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, the thin, hard covering at the end of a finger or toe. The second definition. To mix playing cards to change their order. I know I redid that. I still hand out the points. I got distracted with the... I know, I'm sorry. I just had to 2 people, and those messages sometimes really throw me off. I do apologize. I'm going to give the points out. Point for Robert, twice for nail and shuffle. Sorry, that stuff just really throws me off sometimes, because that was like one after the other that I had to shoe. So I do apologize. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where with the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will go to point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out. To become larger in size, the second definition. A large group of fish or water animals swimming together. Grow is correct. Point for Javier. School is correct. Point for Robert. Elmo kicking the goat off. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is a reddish sweet potato. The second definition is a combat between 2 mountain knights and wearing armor and armed with lances. Sorry, I'll repeat that. A combat between 2 mountain knights wearing armor and armed with lances. Yam is correct. That is a point for Robert. Joust or jousting are acceptable. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where you guys have got about 10-15 minutes left, and then I'm going to get off. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is a tool or machine with a thin metal blade that has sharp teeth on one edge for cutting hard materials such as wood or metal. The second definition is the rounded back part of the human foot under the ankle. Saw is correct. That is a point for Robert. Elmo is the king of the hill right now. Heel is correct. That is a point for Javier. Gogs, you're a close second. The goat is the current king of the hill. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is fog mixed with smoke. The second definition, a line usually printed in large type at the bottom of a newspaper article. Smog is correct. Point for Javier. Close second for Robert. I need to sleep, guys. Got family over in a wee bit. Take care, everyone. Have a good one. Be safe. All right, Plastic, you have a great night. Thanks for stopping in. I hope to see you again. Sunday, I'll be starting way earlier than I normally do and be doing an all-day stream. Sunday will be way earlier. Nobody has the second one. Have a great night, Plastic. Hope to see you back. Thanks for coming back and playing and having a good time. A line usually printed in large type at the top of a newspaper article. I might have said bottom. I definitely meant top. It is not title, although title's close. You guys are so close that I don't. All right, Gogs got it with headline. That was a tricky one because header and heading are different than headline. I mean, it depends on the format, but I'm going to give it to headline because that was a tricky one because header, and we'll definitely be back. Really like this Wii stream. Great bunch of people and a fantastic host. Thank you very much, Plastic. Fantastic. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. We're trying to curate it to where it's enjoyable for everybody who is just a semi-halfway decent person to the people around them. You know what I mean? As long as you're just not making anybody uncomfortable and having a good time, you're more than welcome here. That extends to every single person who comes in here. I know, Robert. I'm so sorry I said bottom. That's why I changed it, and even after I changed it, it still took a little bit, though. So I did correct myself. I'm going to go ahead and give that to Gogs, though, because everything you guys said with header and heading is slightly... Well, hold on now. I don't know about heading. Is heading the same as headline? While heading and headline are often used interchangeably, a heading generally refers to any title. All right, I'm going to give it to heading. The first person to say heading. Have a good one, Plastic. Can't wait to see you back. Who says heading first since they're used interchangeably? That is close enough. I'm actually going to give it to Robert. It's going to be tricky coming up with the leniencies right on the spot and wanting to keep it aflow. But I try my best. El Mochio. Sounds like a coffee now. Moving on to another round. Of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person telling the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. A sea animal that has a soft body with 8 parts that look like arms. The second definition. A contest of speed, as in running, riding, or swimming. Octopus is correct. Point for Javier. Javier, you get the bonus point. Race is correct. Point for Robert. You're getting a lot of points. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is a geometric figure with 8 sides and 8 angles. The second definition is an animal with a long, narrow body and a long tail, noted for its ability to kill poisonous snakes. Octagon is correct. That is a point for Javier. Nobody has the second one yet. An animal with a long, narrow body and a long tail, noted for its ability to kill poisonous snakes. An animal with a long, narrow body and a long tail, noted for its ability to kill poisonous snakes. It does start with an M. Mongoose is correct. Point for Javier. Moving on to another round of blurt. We're gonna play two more cards of blurt, 4 more rounds, and then we're gonna call it. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition is the great mass of salt water that covers almost 3/4 of the Earth's surface. The second definition is the last part of a lunch or dinner. Oh, the last part of a lunch or dinner. Ocean is correct. Point for Robert. Oops, sorry, Elmo. Dessert is correct. Another point for Robert. Michael, you were a close second on my screen. I can always pull up my screen to verify. I've used it as a tiebreaker. I know it can be a frustrating thing for new players. So I always pull up my screen whenever anybody asks. And I still do make mistakes as well. So moving on to another round of blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. Hey, Mike, welcome. We're almost done. We're only doing a couple rounds left. A bird related to the pigeon, having a plump body, short legs, and a cooing voice. The second definition. A man who lives in a monastery and observes the rules of a religious order. Michael, I bet you're laughing because it probably says first on your screen. I can tell typically when it's going to do that. When it goes boom, 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 boom with the answers on my screen, where it goes one answer and then the other immediately. It was obviously so close in real time. That's typically when I can tell that it happens. Only from in the past, that's typically when I've had to show screen, is when it goes boom, 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 boom. Mike Tones, welcome back. Monk is correct. That is a point for Mike Tones. Mike Wayne, King of the Hill, but we have about a card left. Mike, welcome back and welcome to the scoreboard. And should I say Mike Lee? As a former champion, you are entered in as red. Whirly Man is correct. Moving on to an... Oh, yeah, I don't think anybody got the first one. Dove is correct. First person on my screen to say Dove is Javier. Goats kicking Whirly Man off. Mikey Lee Tones. Ah, is that the full name? That makes sense. All right, we got Javier, you got it. Where'd Brawny come from? Like Tommy Lee Jones. Ah, these markers. All right, we have one more card of Blurt. It's getting really late. It's almost midnight for me, and I still have some reading to do. So we're gonna do one more round, and then Brawny's his nickname. It makes sense. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be in and out to the players. 2 more rounds, and then we're gonna have to end it. Brawny's his middle name dissected. Dude, I'm so confused now. Something built across a river, railroad track, or road so that people or vehicles can cross the other side to the other. Javier, you got the bonus point. A head first plunge into water. I'll repeat the... I love Easter eggs. Javier, you got the bonus point. Bridge is correct. Mike, you got it. Dive is correct. Mike, you also got dive. There you are. You got 2. You got 3. All right, one more round of Blurt, guys. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a hinged metal lid over an auto... We're about to hit 6 hours. A hinged metal lid over an automobile engine. The second definition, a pin that is worn as an ornament and fastens with a clasp. Hood is correct. That is a point for Mike. Second one is tricky. It starts with a B. It's not a bracelet. A pin that is worn as an ornament and fastens with a clasp. Brooch is close enough. It's brooch. I don't know how to pronounce this. That's a point for Robert. How do you pronounce this? Brooch. Oh, it is brooch. It is B-R-O-O-C-H, but it's pronounced brooch, so B-R-O-A-C-H is probably how it should have been spelled. 6 hours. We are 1 minute away from being 6 hours into the stream, and it is almost midnight for me, and I still have some reading I have to do tonight and work on my book a little bit. So that is actually, we're done playing. I'm going to go ahead and read the score since we're at the end of the stream. Javier, you got 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95. Mark got 1. James got 6. Brawny, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 36. Sasso, 16. Timothy Sykes, 1. Josh the Great, 21. Alexander, 6. Crazy Vlogs, 1. Luchende Lurk, 1. The Game Master, 1. Pringle, 1. Robert, 21. Mofo Show, 1. Oh, no, Robert, I'm sorry. I missed the whole other row of your points. Give me a second. Robert, you have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 47. Try Hard 2, Lord Ajax 10, Luke to Duke 10, Gogs 14, Just for Fun Fishing 2, Just for Fun Fishing Mom 1, Baronator 4. Plastic Fantastic 3, Michael W. 1, welcome to the Hall of Fame. Mike Tones 4. We have a few people entered the Hall of Fame, and Alexander entered the Hall of Champions and the Hall of Support today, which was super cool. TJ Deluxe, watching from New Zealand. Welcome to Live Games, where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We actually just got to the end of the stream. I do try to stream 6 days a week. We play various card games. I host and keep score. You play by commenting. The first person to comment the correct answer gets a point on the scoreboard. We play a variety of games, a variety of card games, and sometimes we have another format where we play some board games. Same concept, but the board games are more of a bonus game. Well, I've been so busy getting things prepared for my next trip. Oof. Mike, have a good one. I hope to see you again tomorrow. I hope you have a fun trip. Robert, how many points did Javier get? Mike, I'll be to see tomorrow. 60. He has a 60 right here, Robert, because he got all the way to the right. And I had to delete, erase his points and write 60. He got 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95. See y'all. I'll see you next stream. Bronny, super excited for another fun game night tomorrow. Sunday, I should be going even longer and earlier. Excuse me. All right, guys. That was super fun. I'll be back on tomorrow around the same time. If you check the community post, I will let you guys know when I'm going to start streaming. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Hopefully, it'll probably be a little bit earlier. But for now, have a good night, everybody. Thank you again for another fun game night. Buenas noches. Adios, amigo. Hasta mañana.